it is my pleasure to welcome you to today's symposium. The Met's Art of the Ancient Americas galleries reopened in May 2025 in a reimagined Michael C. Rockefeller Wing to an exuberant crowd that came here. We had 33,000 people here on that day. Now, following a multi-year renovation, this new installation reintroduces visitors to the Met's collection of ancestral arts of the Americas, representing the artistic legacy of indigenous artists from across North, Central, and South America and the Caribbean prior to 1600 CE, and organizes nearly 700 objects in a presentation that reflects contemporary research. Today's symposium will explore the ways in which major new archaeological discoveries made in the years since 1982, the year that the wing first opened, have shifted perspectives on the visual arts of the civilizations that thrived in Latin America prior to 1600 CE. Now today we have an amazing and highly esteemed group of scholars, many of whom have traveled great distances to be with us today and to share their knowledge with us. We'll hear from them throughout the day, not just in this morning's opening conversation, as they address not only the revolutionary new understandings precipitated by these discoveries, but also our moment now and the big questions that still remain in the study of the arts of civilizations of the ancient Americas. Now, of course, we are deeply grateful to our speakers for being with us and for sharing their expertise. And of course, today, this could not be possible. In fact, any of the programs, and this is just one of many you will see throughout the year, would not be possible without our very generous donors. We are fortunate to have such a long and distinguished list of supporters, not only for this project, but also for all the events and programming surrounding this exciting reopening. Now, it is now my great pleasure to introduce the curators for the Arts of Ancient Americas here at the Met, who in collaboration with colleagues across the country and Latin America helped bring the vision of these new galleries to life. Now, to begin the program with an introduction and presentation, please join me, very warmly join me. So I want you to put your shoulders back, because we're gonna really wake this up, right? I want us to join me in welcoming Joanne Pillsbury, the Andrel E. Pearson Curator, and Laura Filloy Nadal, Curator of the Arts of the Ancient Americas. Please, Joanna.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Heidi. It's great to have you all here. Laura and I have been honored to oversee the recent reinstallation of the Galleries for the Arts of the Ancient Americas in the Michael C. Rockefeller Wing. It's a field often called Pre-Columbian art. These galleries are dedicated to the visual traditions of Latin America before 1600. And on the screen, we have a view of some of these new galleries with splendid filtered daylight on the museum's southern facade. Now, the Met's history of engagement with ancient American art is almost as long as the history of the museum itself. Indeed, we acquired the first work of ancient American art some 150 years ago. In the museum's early years, this field was considered essential to the institution. It was hailed as, quote, American art for an American museum, end quote. And this is a view of the Gallery for Mexican Antiquities around 1907. The Hudson River School painter Frederick Church, who we see on the screen, was among this field's early supporters at the museum. A founding trustee, Church frequently traveled to Mexico for inspiration. In 1893, he presented the Met with a pair of architectural panels, one of which he had photographed in Mexico City. These panels are from an unknown building of the Toltec era. They depict magnificent eagles, their feathers exquisitely arrayed, with tri-lobed objects in their talons. By the early 20th century, the institution had acquired nearly 2,000 works. But the museum's interest in this field waxed and waned. the Met changed course in 1914. New leadership at the museum began to question whether these works belonged in a fine arts museum. In that year, in 1914, most of the collection was sent across Central Park to the American Museum of Natural History. A tacit agreement between the two institutions had been reached. The Met would focus on, quote, the art of people with history, end quote, and the Natural History Museum would focus on the art of, quote, people without history, end quote. Pre-Columbian sculpture was relegated from the world of art history. Now, the museum eventually re-embraced the field of ancient American art, but only some 50 years later. The prime mover for this return was Nelson Rockefeller, governor of New York and former vice president of the United States. In 1969, Rockefeller promised the Met his collection of ancient American art, along with his collection of African and Oceanic art. The wing opened in 1982, and it was a transformative event for the institution, for the city, and especially the field. The new galleries inspired a new generation of young scholars, and we have seen the fruits of their research over the decades. After 40 years, however, it was time for a change. The renovation was driven in part by failing infrastructure. The glass curtain wall, for example, was no longer serviceable. On the left is a view from 2021, and on the right is the installation of the new curtain wall. This new wall has state-of-the-art features, such as fritted glass. There are tiny ceramic dots in the glass sandwich, which filter the light and keep the birds from flying into it. For most of the public hours, the Mesoamerican and Central American collection will enjoy filtered daylight, closer to the conditions where the works were made. We also removed the in-gallery storage that used to be behind the cases. This is primarily a sculpture collection, so it's wonderful to be able to see these works fully in the round now. The physical plant of the Rockefeller Wing was aging, but so was the organization and information that we were able to provide. The art history of the ancient Americas was still a relatively young field in 1982, and some of the most important new insights came after that time. Archaeology, as well, has advanced by leaps and bounds since that time. We need to remember that some of the most important breakthroughs in our field happened after 1982. The discovery of the tomb of the Lord of Zipan in Peru, for example, was in 1987. Around that time, scholars studying Maya hieroglyphs began to identify the names of Maya artists. And the subject of women of power in the ancient Americas was scarcely addressed before 1982. I could go on and on. Our symposium today celebrates some of these exciting new discoveries, and our speakers have been key participants in the conversations about how the galleries could be reconceived for new generations. Some of our earliest renovation meetings were held in Mexico City, where we were hosted by our colleagues at the Museo Nacional de Antropología and the Museo del Templo Mayor. Over the years, we continued to meet with scholars, artists, thought leaders from both far and near to gain new insights into the collection and consider ways in which it might be presented. Our new content, both in the galleries and online, reflect the most recent scholarship, including indigenous perspectives drawn from 3 essential sources. These include historical sources that describe the visual traditions of the ancient Americas, including the materials that were deployed to create the works. On the screen, for example, is the world's most beautiful tax document. Well, actually, it's a tribute list indicating the materials that various communities owed the state. These include exquisitely woven textiles on the top row, but also feather garments and jade ornaments. We also benefited enormously from conversations with holders of indigenous traditions today. At the center of the screen, we see Nilda Cayañapa Alvarez, the founder of the Traditional Textile Center in Cusco. Here she examining some 2,000-year-old textiles with our conservator, Christine Gentini. We have also happily been able to draw upon newly deciphered ancient texts, such as Mayan hieroglyphic inscriptions. We have seen impressive advances in our understanding of Maya writing since 1982, including the names of Maya sculptors. Here, for example, is a Maya relief panel from the 8th century. The subject matter is a court scene. We see the powerful king of Yaxchilan on the right on the throne, and a subsidiary lord is presenting him with a feather headdress. But the great thing about this panel is we have the signature, we have the name of the artist. His name, glyph, Chalcate, it's in the upper right there. Now his name is in lower relief, but it's still pretty prominent. It's right next to the king's name. I must tell you, alas, however, that this is the only artist's name we have for the collection of the art from the ancient Americas. But it's wonderful, and we intend to make him as well known as Rembrandt. And now I will pass this on to Laura.
We have reflowed the collection into the new galleries in ways that emphasize connections between regions. The Maya Gallery, for example, is now adjacent to the Teotihuacan Gallery. We now know much more about how and when these regions were in contact. They were not as separated as we once thought. And we hope these adjacencies prompt stimulating conversations. For example, we know that Teotihuacan, that great city in central Mexico, was in contact with communities in the Maya region to the south. There was even a Maya neighborhood in the city. But Teotihuacan, by contrast, we don't see a lot of hieroglyphic writing. They knew about writing, but they chose not to celebrate it extensively in their public monuments. Teotihuacan was a city filled with merchants, traders, and artists, much as like New York. The inhabitants live in apartment compounds, beautifully adorned with fine mural paintings, such as this example on the right. At Teotihuacan, not only did they not get into the text on their monuments, but they also weren't terribly interested in portraiture, at least as in the way we think of it today. This mural fragment features a mouth at the center from which springs out a flower speech. As Johan mentioned earlier, our galleries have benefited enormously with new research. I am very happy to say that much of this research was conducted here at the Met. The Met, for example, has this splendid sculpture of a fearsome warrior goddess. Seemingly unpainted, she has an air of an antiquity. But we now know that many of these sculptures were painted. A close look with a digital microscope into the porous surface of the sculpture revealed not only the original pigments, but also the sequence in which they were applied. These new adjacencies in the galleries allowed visitors to trace certain trends across time and place. For example, you can follow a river of gold to think about gold working from its origins in Peru around 2000 BCE to its fluorescence northward. Here, for example, is a nose ornament from Peru. In South America, nose ornaments were very popular. Indeed, these nose ornaments show an individual wearing a nose ornament. It is very meta. This ornament was made by Moche artists in the middle of the first millennia of the Common Era. This was a period of tremendous experimentation in metallurgy in Americas. They were developing all sorts of ways to join silver and gold and to embrace surfaces. Here at the Met, in collaboration with scholars in object conservation and scientific research, we have been looking closely at ancient American works of art in metal and how they were made. In this case, the artists deposited a layer of silver over the gold, using a sophisticated technology known as electrochemical replacement silvering. It is a technology that would not be discovered in Europe until the 18th century. Gold working was adopted relatively late in Mesoamerica, after about 1000 CE, but our artists there do brilliant things. Here, for example, is a wonderful labret, a lip ornament. In South America, they go into nose ornament, but in Mexico, it is about mouth jewelry. Here we see a labret in action. The Mexica appreciated leaders who could speak with beauty and truth. Thus, it was appropriated to call attention to the mouth as the source of eloquent speech. These connections, these exchanges of materials and ideas across regions are sometimes surprising. Some of you have already spotted a Chiriquí pendant, likely made in Costa Rica or Panama, in a case dedicated to the ancient Maya, whose centers were farther north. Made in Central America, this pendant was, however, found at a Maya site in the Yucatan Peninsula. Far from home, such ornament became cherished offerings of sacred gifts and inspiring artists and others along the way. Joan and I would like to say that these new galleries are about the exchange of ideas, but not only in the past, also in the present. We are really in debt to many, many colleagues across the globe who have been part of this project and whose work continues to inspire us. But before we turn to the symposium itself, let's take a look at one more novedad, the new textile gallery. Textiles were arguably the oldest art form in the Americas, and they were, without questions, one of the most highly valued visual traditions. The textile gallery is just across the corridor from modern and contemporary, and we are delighted to say that it has already prompted some intriguing conversations. On the far wall, we see 9 feather panels, constructed with feathers of the blue and yellow macaw, a bird native to the Amazonian region. The birds are from the Amazon, but these panels were likely made on the desert of Peru in the coast. Again, new research here at the Met, conducted in partnership with colleagues at other institutions, had revealed some exciting insights. We are analyzing the feathers with the stable isotope studies. We can now see what the birds ate. If they were eating berries, they were captured in the wild, in the Amazon region. If they were eating grain, such as maize, they were raised in captivity. In 1982, our field was really still in its infancy. Here at the Met, we like to think that the opening of the wing in 1982 had an impact on the field. What is certain is that we have seen an extraordinary flowering of the field in the past decades, the topic of this symposium today. We have organized the symposium in a counter-hegemonic direction. That is, we are going to start in the south, in the Andes, and then we will move northward into Central America, and then into Mesoamerica. the culture areas that include northern Central America to central Mexico. Finally, we will conclude with a reflection on Aztlán del Norte and the enduring legacies of these traditions in the United States. In the interest of time, we will refrain from reading each speaker biography, as those are available in your programs. We will start off this day in Peru with the presentations by Lisa Trevor and Gabriel Prieto, and then Alejandro de Avila will weave the Americas together with reflection on newly understood connections between the Andes and Mesoamerica. And now, please join me in welcoming Lisa Trevor.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of myself, my research partners, trying to get to my slide here. It's not advancing. There we go. Good morning. On behalf of myself, my research partners, and our entire team, I would like to thank the Metropolitan Museum of Art, curators Joanne Pillsbury and Laura Filloy-Nadal, and public program staff Mariana Siciliano and Gabrielle Mungo for the opportunity to be here today with you to share recent discoveries from the ancient Moche Center of Caño, Peru. I also want to congratulate Joanne and Laura and their team on the reopening of the Ancient American Galleries here at the Met. Their vision has brought to reality a thoughtful and stunningly beautiful space that celebrates the artistic creativity and technical mastery of the ancestral makers from the region that is now considered Latin America. The new galleries include extraordinary works made by artists of a tradition that we call Moche or Mochica from the north coast of what is now Peru, from about the years AD 300 to about 850. The image, there we go, the image of ancient Moche art that first emerged nearly a century ago centered warrior culture, exemplified here in the Guggenheim's 1968 exhibition catalog, Master Craftsmen of Ancient Peru. Moche artists and patrons lavished time and expertise in elevating these martial arts in diverse media. This image of Moche art, closely bound to elite, masculine, bellicose institutions of power, solidified with the stunning 1987 discoveries of the royal tombs of Zipan, which Joanne Pillsbury has just mentioned. From the funerary chamber of the Señor de Zipan, for example, we can appreciate here on the screen at right one of a pair of two precious gold and turquoise ear ornaments that offers an image of that Moche lord himself at the center, holding both a club and a shield and flanked on either side by warriors. The Zipan discoveries were a watershed moment in Peruvian archaeology. And so as we reflect today on advances in the field of Americanist archaeology since that opening of the prior Met Galleries in 1982, it is, I tell you, nothing short of staggering to consider how much has happened and how far this field has come in those decades. With the discovery in 2005 of the tomb of the Señora de Cao at the site of El Brujo, we gained new understandings of the complexities of power and gender in the ancient Moche world. The discovery of this young woman, laid to rest in the 5th century with implements of martial power, golden scepters in the form of war clubs, upended traditional understandings. Together with other research findings at the northern Moche site of San Jose de Moro, and in the work of scholars like Ula Holmquist Bachas and others, it is no longer possible to see either Moche art or authority as the exclusive domain of men. Today, it's my privilege to share with you a glimpse of new directions and new discoveries from the southern late Moche monumental center called Pañamarca that further transform our understandings of ancient Moche art, archaeology, and the centrality of powerful women. The Moche art and earthen architecture made of adobe bricks of Pañamarca, which is located in the Peña Valley, dates to the later period of about 600 to 800 CE. Pañamarca has had an important place in the history of South American archaeology since the discovery in 1958 of a fragment of architecture that bore a passage of narrative mural painting. In what you're looking at here, notice the largest figure at the left, a crowned woman who wears a long belted dress. She also wears a double-stranded necklace of pale blue stones and round ear ornaments, not entirely unlike the one I've just showed you from Sipan. She carries a goblet in one hand and holds its cover in the other. Notice, too, how her braids and her belt transform at the ends into animal heads, into serpent heads with split tongues. This vivification, this animation of those details, as well as her fangs, reveal the charged nature of her being. Behind her, we see two smaller figures, one with canine attributes and the other with those of a bat. Further along, you see an enormous snake bound to prisoners, and on the pilaster to the right, an assembly of weapons, a club, a shield, and slingshot. Sadly, though, we will never know how the scene once continued to the left. The female figure from the Pañamarca painting is also identifiable in other media. For example, on this fine line painted bottle in the Museo Larco in Lima, Peru. Let me circle her for you here in red. And in the form of a wonderful press-molded ceramic figurine, which you can now go see. It's on display here in the Rockefeller Wing at the Met. Notice how both of these women carry that same goblet and disc-shaped lid. In this painted imagery, which archaeologist Christopher Donnan first called the presentation theme, she may appear to serve a subsidiary role to the other figures in offering the goblet toward those figures at left. She's now most commonly referred to in the literature and in Peru as the priestess. The story of Pañamarca is one of both tragic loss and also stunning discoveries. First, though, we begin with the loss. Despite recommendations in the 1950s to rebury murals like this, since that is the surest way to ensure long-term preservation, the painting was left exposed on site without adequate conservation or protection. Remember, as I told you before, we are not looking at stone or fresco here. Moche architecture is made of earth. It's made of adobe and clay and mineral pigment. It is fragile, soluble, and highly vulnerable to both environmental and human factors. And so you all can imagine then what happened next, soon after this discovery. Already, in the next year, it began to crumble. Its collapse continued, as you see in the photographs I'm showing you, taken by Yoshio Onuki in 1960 and Federico Kaufmann-Doig in 1963. In 2010, during fieldwork for my doctoral research, our team documented and conserved what remained, just a shadow of what had been in 1958. At the end of our interventions, as in all phases of our work at Pañamarca since then, we carefully covered and reburied this painted architecture for its safety. The 2010 project at Pañamarca was designed to document and analyze the painted architecture that had been seen there since the 1950s. To our surprise, though, what we had envisioned as a kind of salvage project turned into something much more. In every part of those excavations, we found that what had been previously known was just the tip of the iceberg, albeit a colorful, nearly kaleidoscopic iceberg of ancient creativity. Most recently, the project at Pañamarca as you see here, has expanded into a new multi-year US-Peruvian research program. Established in 2018 with archaeologist Hugo Ikehara Tsukayama, the Archaeological Landscapes of Panamericana project has been directed since 2022 by Peruvian archaeologist Jessica Ortiz Zevallos in partnership with myself at Columbia University and Michelle Coons at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, of course under the supervision of Peru's Ministry of Culture and the collaboration of an exceptionally talented team. And I'm showing here a drone video made by Jose Antonio Chatoma Cabrera in 2022 as we were setting up the excavation units of that year, which give you, I think, just a magnificent view of this jewel of an archaeological site and its setting here within the verdant valley of Nepeña. We have taken lessons from Panamericana's own history. We work collaboratively across scientific archaeology, art history, and conservation to provide the best protection we can for the irreplaceable works that I'm about to show you. Our recent work has focused on several areas of the site, but today I'm going to focus on a pillared hall built around the year 650 CE, located here at the red marker at the western edge of the monumental area. Interventions within this pillared hall began in 2010 and recommenced in 2022. The depth and complexity of the space have presented intense logistical challenges, and so our work necessarily progresses rather slowly from year to year. We named this pillared hall the Hall of the Moche Imaginary because of the expansive range of imagery found therein. In 2023, here, within the heart of this pillared space, we discovered also a low platform, which you'll see coming around again in a minute, right here, and earthen basin at the level of the floor. And we see that here in the digital model made from those excavations. The next year, 2024, we revealed far more of the hall's dazzling painted surfaces by also carefully documenting every stratigraphic layer as archaeologists, each ceramic sherd, every archaeological feature in our replete documentation and ongoing physical analyses. Within this space, we revealed, among other surfaces, a painted pillar divided here into 4 registers, the one at left, that presents scenes from the epic battles of a Moche hero, sometimes called Ayapaec, in hand-to-hand combat with a series of monstrous enemies, some of which come from the sea. The pillar at the left is a sort of pendant we discovered to another pillar documented in 2010, seen in illustration at the right. This is part of a program that we are slowly starting to understand in its complexity year after year. In 2024, we were also able to confirm that the platform and the earthen basin, which you saw just a moment ago, were part of a painted seat of authority. That's to say, a throne. Every vertical surface of the earthen throne was also decorated with painted images. Our analysis of sediment recovered the year prior from the basin revealed the presence of corn, manioc, potato, and squash starch grains, suggesting that this had been a place of feasting. A powerful indication of lived experience is also found on the throne itself. Here you see the backrest of the throne, where the incised and painted figures had been abraded, worn down, eroded from the repeated presence of a sitter whose back would have rubbed up against that earthen surface. That imagery is easier to understand through Pedro Necio Soup's in situ watercolor and pencil illustration of the interior and the sides, what we might consider to be the kind of armrests of the throne. Along the back, you see a scene that is both seascape and skyscape. A star-bird warrior at the left, a woman as the crescent moon, another woman as a star, a man emerging from a red oval surrounded by other stars. 5 seated women spin fiber on the stepped armrests at either side of the seat. Although there's some resonance between this imagery and what is called the complex theme at Huaca de la Luna and Huaca Viejo, which are two important Moche sites farther to the north, this is an entirely unusual image in Moche art and imagery. Here, the crowned woman, who we saw before, appears in the form of the moon, which can also be metaphorically understood as a boat, as we know from her images elsewhere in ceramic. I would like to suggest furthermore that the combination of the women spinning together with the human emergence from the celestial opening, which quite possibly was meant to evoke the living, life-giving shape of female anatomy, can be understood as references to creation, both cosmological and artistic. The backside of this throne was also painted. Here too, we see that crowned woman at the heart of the activities, in this case receiving a procession of attendant men who bear a diverse assortment of objects, including vessels, textiles, stone beads, and even that little alpaca at the far left, all of which seem to be being presented to her at the center. As in the now lost mural, here the crowned woman with serpent braids and belt raises a goblet. But unlike the fine line ceramic images, she does not offer that goblet to a higher authority. It would seem that she toasts here for her own pleasure. Her placement within the scene makes her the focus of attention, the center of power. Notice how the painter has visually underscored that her position with the rising form of that red ground line that then doubles back and underneath to become a snake, reinforcing her position. The word priestess, then, does not suffice for this powerful woman, the center of procession and display of objects associated on the other side with the moon, the sea, and the arts of creation. We can look to the pillar uncovered last year just to the right-hand side of this throne to confirm that point. Here, painters added this image as if to make very clear to us, to avoid our misunderstanding of what's happening. Here at the top of that painting of the pillar in the detail, you see this woman, again, with the same crown, the same braids, a very similar dress. It is a repeating figure, seated within a building, upon a stepped throne that looks exactly like the shape of the actual throne built right there at its foot. And it's clear that it's she who commands the scene as she gives some instruction or maybe unwanted commentary to this bird man in front of her. Behind the throne, too, she appears again at larger scale. Although this wall of the throne room has suffered much more damage, we can discern her image at the upper left. Recognize that crown, her dress, her jewelry, her serpent braid. She holds here, though, a rattle in her left hand, and in her right, a scepter that takes the form of a war club. Here, she seizes our attention, the tallest and broadest figure in the scene. Here, too, as on the back of the throne, she leads the procession of men bearing fine objects, not a priestess, or at least not just a priestess. She's a person of authority, control, and physical might. Notice also, though, below, the scene of fiber arts. We see a woman weaving on a backstrap loom in one of what are now just 3 known depictions of Moche weaving. See another seated woman spinning cotton from a cone tied to the loom's post, which recalls much later North Coastal spinning practices where the cotton cone is held on a tripod. North Coastal weavers did and still do spin cotton in a horizontal direction, not with a drop spindle as we know of the Incas and other highland communities. We see, too, at the right, a woman spinning with both a spindle and a gourd dish, which recalls contemporary practices from lowland areas to the east. Our work of digital imaging extends beyond the excavation as we stitch together imagery recovered over multiple field seasons with both photography and photogrammetry and artistic rendering. The complex scene that you see here, in fact, still continues in both directions beyond the limits of our excavations to date, awaiting yet further investigation, so stay tuned. In the 2 minutes that remain, and with the special approval of the research program and our director, Jessica Ortiz-Ceballos, I'm pleased to show you details of some of the most recent field season, which just concluded last month. Among our goals was the exploration of the space marked in red on the map in front of the throne following its sightline. There we revealed 2 more pillar surfaces which face each other and would have flanked the visitor as she approached the throne in visiting its occupant. In these new watercolor drawings by Necio Soup, just scanned for the first time last week, you can see the images of scepters at the right, as well as images of scepters at the left that have taken on human form, what we often refer to in Moche studies as the revolt of the objects, though that's a subject for an entirely different lecture. If you recognize, though, the unanimated club painted at the right of this pair, here, congrats, you've aced your art history exam today. We saw it before, no? In the hands of that great woman of Pañamarca. It's not any scepter, it's her scepter. It also recalls another actual wood scepter found within the tomb of the warrior priest in the Veru Valley, where we see in sculpted form this image of a seated woman. The paintings of Pañamarca offer us a new vision, one of a world of creativity and innovation where gender roles did not conform to modern patriarchal expectations and where the fiber arts rose as potent metaphor for creation itself. It's a joy to share this material with you today. It has been deeply gratifying and humbling to our entire team to witness the intense international reception of Pañamarca's ancient artistry. But for me, I have to tell you personally, it's been even more important to see this recognition come back home to Pañamarca and to its neighborhood community of Capellanía. We have just sent to press the first edition of the project's educational coloring book, Los Colores de Pañamarca, and we're eager to continue sharing it with the community soon, as both the colors and the stories of Pañamarca return home. So thank you so much for your attention this morning. Please follow us online for more news yet to come. And I have to conclude by saying that none of what you've seen today would have been possible without the contributions of our entire team. And there are more names that would not fit on this slide. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Lisa just left a very high ceiling here, so it's such an impressive work and very important for Peruvian archaeology and world archaeology. So I would like to thank the Met Museum, especially Joanne Pillsbury and Laura Filiol for inviting me for this presentation, and of course to all the Met staff and friends and people making this possible. So my presentation is going to be really a journey of 3,500 years. This is the story of a maritime community, one of many that were part of the Moches, but also beyond that time. And this story is linking this maritime community to not only the sea, but to a broader scale. I just want to warn you that I'm going to show human remains, so please, if you don't feel comfortable, you're more than welcome to skip those. So I would like to argue that the sea in pre-Hispanic Peru is one of the main drivers in its own history, one that runs in parallel to the greatest civilizations of the Central Andean region. And one of those is Huanchaco, which is not only my hometown, but it's a little modern fishing village and beach resort, and nearby it's nearby Trujillo, one of the largest cities in that country. Today, Huanchaco housed around 20,000 people, and the main economic activity is, of course, tourism. And with the seafood, ceviche, as the pearl of the crown, and caballitos de totora, or reed boats, as the king of this realm. Tradition in this town is deeply embedded in religious festivities, which, well, good music, right? which are the result of a cultural syncretism. The journey I would like to show this morning starts in another icon of Huanchaco town. That is, and these are the reed boats. So the journey I would like to show this morning starts in another icon of Huanchaco town, that is its late 16th century colonial church. The archaeological excavations in this site led me to discover a large Inca and early colonial cemetery. In fact, it is fair to say that this church is built on sacred land, consecrated to pre-Hispanic coastal gods thousands of years ago. This image that you are going to see in a minute is from one burial context, one of many, more than 100 found in the area. This is context IG-4100, an adult female who was buried in an extended position facing east and holding in her hands a Christian cross. A radiocarbon date taken from this burial suggests that she died around AD 1532 to the 1600s. The fashion in which she was buried does not correspond to local pre-Hispanic burial practices, and therefore she must have been one of many who faced for the first time the arrival of European conquistadors in this part of the Andes. The Christian cross on her hands suggests that she was baptized and that she embraced the Catholic faith. Now, it is difficult to assert whether this was a voluntary will or an imposed law. She was also buried with many necklaces. This beautiful jewelry were not placed around her neck, as expected. Rather, they were hidden under her armpit and beneath the skull. The colorful beads combine a beautiful collection of spondylus shell beads, green minerals, very likely turquoise, a few marine pearls, and glass beads. The latter were definitely imported from Europe. How did all these beads came to Huanchaco? What it meant to have one of those necklaces at the time of the Spanish conquest? Why the necklaces were hidden in the burial of a local converted to Catholicism? Although the latter answer seems to be obvious, this presentation is going to navigate through the centuries before the arrival of the Spaniards in order to offer an interpretation for the presence of these necklaces and this moment of cultural encounter. But the usage of beads is not new in Huanchaco. 3,000 years earlier, at the site of Gramalote, people were honoring their dead with beads. This infant burial had a few mother-of-pearl and turquoise beads, possibly as tokens to protect his spirits in the afterlife. Gramalote fishers were shark hunters. Indeed, more than 20,000 shark remains have been found in their middens, so it must have been an important component in their daily diet. It has been suggested that early maritime communities in the Andes, like Gramalote, were isolated and endogamous. Our research suggests that at least the Gramalote town of about 500 people was well connected at a local and a regional scale, generating a diverse genetic variability among its community members. In fact, Gramalote has the earliest evidence of cinnabar usage. This is a red pigment. That came from a distant mine in the southern highlands of Peru. Whether through direct bartering or by down-the-line system, cinnabar possibly came as a result of exchange for marine products such as fish, shellfish, and seaweed. Seaweeds possibly gathered by specialized women who dry and then exchange for these products or the products that they needed for their daily lives and subsistence. Around 111 BC, Gramalote was abandoned, and people migrated to the locations where the present-day town of Huanchaco is located. Excavations nearby the colonial church have uncovered open areas with hearths and evidence of ritual feasting. A unique finding was a burial chamber which was looted in antiquity, but it has a few interesting features. It was roofed with sperm whale ribs, this one here, and inside the chamber, part of a jaw and a femur of the same marine mammal was found. The looters left a few artifacts inside, but enough to infer that it belonged to an adult male with typical markers in his bones, suggesting he was a skillful fisherman. The small pot, known as corn poppers, or in Spanish, cancheros, to pop corn, is similar to the ones found in contemporaneous temples in the highlands of Cajamarca at the site of Cunturhuasi. Radiocarbon dates suggested that this burial was slightly earlier. Culture history called this burial an artifact as Cupisnique. The green stone necklace found in this burial is made out of turquoise, which is a non-local mineral. For the present-day Huanchaco community, green is associated with the ocean and with a short period season they known as Flor de Verano, or the summer's flower, which occurs every October and late November during the peak of the fog of the Lomas vegetation season. This is a time when the mountains turn green for a few months before the start of the austral summer. So there must be some interpretation there too, needs to be done. Due to the abundance of fresh water and other factors, the Huanchaco community will remain there for the next 1900 years. Around 500 BC, or roughly 2,500 years ago, they built a large building on top of former Cupisnique settlements to host the Huanchaco community ceremonies, feasting, and funerary events. Over 100 burials have been found here, and they show that for the first time in Huanchaco, social inequality seems to appear. A few tombs, mostly of the eldest members of the community, were buried with gold nose rings, some of them with adult males, others, like this beautiful piece, possibly resembling the eternal waves of the sea, with adult females. Technological improvements were evident in goldsmithing, since apart from gold, gilded copper ornaments were proudly worn by local members of this town. In parallel, Huanchaco communities started to introduce foreign elements into their marine realm. So for the first time, camelids shows up in this part of the coast in a regular frequency. They were mostly consumed in special ceremonies and household-based celebrations. In addition, dogs became frequent in the archaeological record, perhaps as an indicator of larger settlements in the area. Parrots, cacao, and exotic minerals made their way to this little fishing village, and even a complete spondylus shell was burned in a special ceremony. So here you have the parrot, the camelid, and the dog, and the spondylus shell. Access to spondylus was mainly through beads. So beautiful necklaces combining green minerals and gold beads adorned at the time of death the most senior members of this group. Music was part of their rituals as well. So not only panpipes were played, but also depicted as being played by sentimental musicians crying while performing forgotten songs that were probably played in honor to the moon and the sea. By 150 BC, Huanchaco became, for the first time, a town dependent on a larger and well-organized political entity known as the Virú. This society, contemporaneous with the Moche, had also its own ideological system, one that is yet poorly understood. However, similarities in the ceramic repertoire, like this owl found in a burial in Huanchaco, the one here, and this other one recovered inside a house as a votive offering, resemble notable similarities with the piece currently in exhibit at the Met. You may remember the shark fever during the earliest stage of the Huanchaco community. By around the same time, 400 AD or so, leadership in Huanchaco had to be proven by hunting your own shark. This fish was no longer daily food, but a sacred being. This is a case of what I call the diachronic consecration of a natural resource, which was critical in the daily experience of ancient societies. Sharks were at this time a symbol of power and leadership. At least 3 burials, all adult males, were found with large metal fish hooks and with disintegrated cotton bags holding several shark teeth, basically from Carcharodon carcharia, the great white, and 7-gilled sharks, as if they were taken as little trophies of successful marine hunting events. All other adult male burials from this time did not show any shark teeth or large fish hooks. Political complexity arose in the north coast of Peru at this time, and other complex polities emerged, like the Moches. Current data from Huanchaco suggests that the Virú and the Moches were siblings, sharing the same territory and resources. Huanchaco was possibly a battlefield in the middle of an increasing political and religious tension between those two forces. At some point around AD 400 or 500 AD, Huanchaco was taken by the Moche, and the Virú political and religious influence faded away. This process, currently under study, was gradual, and it served to meld various traditions and characteristics of each society. It is very possible that the tradition of using sharks as symbols of prestige and leadership, first incorporated by the Virú to legitimize their leader among the Huanchaco community, was also taken by the Moche into a broader scale. The Moche consecrated the construction of its first and only ceremonial temple in Huanchaco by offering complete sharks and other marine species. The marine connection linked the Moche political organization with the Huanchaco hosting community. Reed boats were in use since Gramalote times by the Huanchaco people and by many other settlements along the coast of Peru. Although reed boats were previously depicted in the art of the Cupisnique, it is not until the Moche that they were massively represented in their ceramics. Perhaps as a way of showing the incorporation of maritime communities under their political and religious control, or because they sacralize a fishing device that helped humans to confront the powers and demons of the sea. If this is correct, we can see here a case of a direct influence of small-scale communities like Huanchaco into the broader discourse of complex political entities in pre-Hispanic Andes. By AD 800-900, Moche polities collapsed, but the daily life in fishing activities continue in places like Huanchaco. The recent discovery of a burial with calibrated dates between AD 900-1000 helps to understand this transition. 2 adult males, one with clear evidence of have experienced many events of interpersonal violence, was buried along with another adult male who possibly came from the highlands. This one here possibly from a local individual, and this one possibly from the highlands. The first was buried with 3 spear throwers, beautifully decorated with inlay of mother of pearl, while he also had 3 ampere ear spools, one of them typically of the late Wadi style. Thus, linking this context with the Southern Highlands political force. The burial also had a beautiful wooden crafted mirror depicting a crabman, so prominent in Moche art. It seems like during the post-Moche times, the crabman character became important in a society that was changing due to a more global transformation. However, it is possible that the Huanchaco community would now emphasize the crab character to endure its marine legacy. Around AD 1050, the residential component in Huanchaco seems to have been temporarily moved to Chan Chan, a large urban settlement that possibly absorbed as a vacuum cleaner all surrounding populations. From now on, the Huanchaco littoral became a sacred liminal domain, one that served to host mass sacrificial executions of children, camelids, and adults. Some of the victims were beautifully dressed with tunics and robes painted with motifs resemble that marine connection, such as waves and characters holding diverse seeking spondylus shells. As a matter of fact, dozens of spondylus shells were buried as offerings along with the sacrificial victims, suggesting that the Chimú religiosity was possibly centered around worshiping the sea, as Joan Pillsbury has argued. As an imperial-like society, the Chimú conquered other territories, and the booty from those battles were possibly brought back to Chan Chan, and then they were possibly used in ceremonies. As an alternative, objects such as the ones of these metal miniatures that you see may have predated the Chimú conquest of the northern Lambayeque society, and possibly these artifacts were just part of an active trade and exchange system between these two groups before they were in conflict. The lack of evidence in terms of domestic occupations in Huanchaco can be explained as their population being reoccupied in the neighborhoods of Chan Chan. Although it has been suggested that only members of the nobility and artisans lived here, recent excavations in one of the neighborhoods of Chan Chan yield fish hooks and stone sinkers and other fishing gear, suggesting that its population was more diverse than previously thought. By AD 1450, the Inca conquered the Chimú, and instead of just occupying the palaces and temples in Chan Chan, new evidence from the neighborhood suggests that they reconfigured the city's layout, occupying these areas of the city for at least 60 years. Some houses were inhabited by weavers and others, or at least one, by a healer. While during the Chimú period, most of the people were buried in the southern cemeteries of the city, during the Inca times, there was some flexibility, and elders were allowed to be buried back in Huanchaco, on the southern side of the present-day church. There is also evidence that some people came back to live in Huanchaco, occupying the area where the modern town is located today. The Chimú Inca burials in Huanchaco shows that both males and females were sent to the afterlife, holding spondylus shells in their hands, suggesting a continuity in their cultural practices, which were possibly embraced by the Incas as part of his imperial strategies. A few decades later, with the arrival of the Spaniards, spondylus shells were replaced with Christian crosses, now held tightly, but perhaps not faithfully, by the members of the Huanchaco community. During that time of change, of social transformations and battles between European and Andean gods, human creativity came up again to partially solve the problem. European beads and these perhaps colorful necklaces combining glass and shell beads suggest the necessity at the time to conciliate and to incorporate foreign elements into their culture. But as we have seen in this journey, this was not new for the Huanchaco community, and certainly not for the pre-Hispanic societies in the ancient Andes. This history of this society is one of a constant change, reivindication, and transformation. However, the structural foundations of their belief systems is still poorly understood, underscores the beautiful artifacts that are today in museums around the world. It is our duty to contribute for a better understanding of those sacred objects, its artists, and its legacies. Thank you very much. And just for the ones who are interested, if someday you want to join us, just let me know. We are doing ongoing excavations in Chan Chan next summer. Thank you.
I am very honored to be here. I would like to start off thanking Joanne and Laura for inviting me, and I would like to point out that I have 25 minutes of presentation, perhaps not as a reflection that I am so long-winded, as I tend to be, but that the topic is relevant to what we have just heard. And I am humbled by both Lisa's and Gabriel's presentation, especially since I'm not even an archaeologist. I am a gardener and a weaver. And I would like to present my point of view, both as a person working with plants and with fiber. Let me start off by pointing out that these two figures that you see on my title page are not intended to represent the two big fat cats of the Americas in the art scene, but just to convey to you that the gist of my presentation will be that we have new evidence, interesting data to show that there was more intensive interaction and even direct communication between ancient Peru and ancient Mexico than we ever suspected. To give you a brief outline of what I would like to convey, if I don't run over time, is first the spread of maize, a plant southwards, but I would like to emphasize that maize is a cultural product. Then briefly talk about cacao, which has already been mentioned, annatto, which you may not be familiar with, but we eat it all the time because it's the coloring material in a lot of our cheese and butter. And other agricultural products that travel south to north, the opposite way that maize did. Then follow the journey of cochineal and its host plant, cochineal as the foremost dyestuff of the ancient Americas. Then top it off with the textile structures that tie Peru and Mexico together. And then, as requested by Joanne and Laura, if possible, to try to portray what may follow in the coming years in this line of work. I was blown away when I first saw this vessel here at the Rockefeller Wing, because in my eyes, this vessel really brings down to the essence what maize is about, as the most transformed crop of humanity. No other species, plant or animal, has been modified by human extent, by human interaction, by human selection, to the extent that maize has. And I will try to explain why by looking at the archaeology of the wild ancestor and the cultivated form, the wild ancestor being called Teocinte. Here we have a distribution of varieties of maize that have been selected for genetic typing, for following the sequence of the DNA that depicts ancient history. Now, mind you, this is not the full distribution of maize, because maize was also cultivated traditionally in the Caribbean and in the Amazon basin and other areas. But people working with the genetics of maize focused on the distribution that you see here to produce this chart. This chart is very complex. I will not even attempt to explain, but it's give you a sense of how maize was really adapted locally to very different conditions, all the way from southeastern Canada to the northern cone, to the northern part of the South Cone in South America. And please note that the authors of this study emphasize that Oaxaca is where they found the populations that most closely resemble the wild ancestor, Teocinte. This is, I would like to always, for people who are interested, I will be showing you the sources of information where I based my reflection on. Guilanaquitz is close to where I live. Guilanaquitz is a site in the valley of Oaxaca where we have the earliest evidence for maize in Mexico. It's a rock shelter that is part of a recent volcanic stratum that is impermeable and which has been awarded by UNESCO the status of a World Heritage Site because of the importance of the fact that this site holds the earliest evidence for plant cultivation known so far in the Americas. Because of the fact that it's impermeable and this side of the Valley of Oaxaca receives the less humidity because of a rain shadow effect, good preservation of organic materials, which is very rare, as you may know, in Mesoamerica, has been found. And at this site, UNESCO points out, we have the earliest evidence for crops in general and maize in specific. And the earliest crop for which we have evidence at this site is squash. The squash seeds found at Guilanaquits that we know were already cultivated because they're large and plump, they're fat, they had been bred for. The earliest squash seeds are 10,000 years old. There's nothing this old from contemporaneous sites further south and further north. So this is a very interesting first evidence. And it's not surprising that in this region, we have the greatest diversity of squash genetically today, more varieties, and not just the genetic components of these plants, but the knowledge associated with them, and the uses, and even the names for them. Along with the squash seeds, archaeologists found early remains of maize, but they're much more recent. They're estimated to be between 6,000 and 7,000 years old. They're not like contemporary maize. It's a structure that held a double row of kernels, but not yet a full ear, as we know today. This is what Teosinte looks like, the wild precursor of maize, where we have a single row of kernels, nothing holding the seeds. And from this, you get seeds that have a hard shell. What can you do with such a plant? Notice that from a single seed, you get several stems of growth. It develops into a clump. And the seeds are pretty useless. Here we have it growing at our ethnobiological garden in Oaxaca. From a near site, further north, the Cueva de San Marcos in the Teotihuacan Valley, recent work has come up with slightly more recent early maize remains, about 5,000 years old. But as in the case of Guilanaquits, archaeologists working there conclude this was not yet a fully domesticated crop. It shows still part of the genetic component of the wild plant. This is the reference for you. So what can you do with a basket full of seeds like this? They're very hard to break. You need a hammer to break them. It has been proposed by American researchers that these were popped. We have tried it. First of all, they're very hard to pop. And when you do, you get very gritty popcorn. So it's not likely that this was what they were aiming for in selecting for an increase in the size of the plant. But there's another possibility that has been proposed by a team in British Columbia. And they proposed that the ear of maize was brought about by serendipity, and that people originally were aiming for the sweet juice of the stalk. A sweet juice that would have been pleasant to suck on, but more importantly, something that you could press and ferment to get beer and have a party. Now we have fascinating evidence that turns the whole picture around. From the side of Paredones on the northern coast of Peru, which you see here, colleagues from Mexico and from Peru have found fully formed ears of maize. And they turned out to be older than the materials from San Marcos or from Guilanaquits. 500 years older and fully formed. Furthermore, this is the only materials I have been reported, it hasn't been published that way, but I have heard that this is the only material known so far that shows no introgression from the wild plant back into what you're aiming to domesticate. And it makes perfect sense because the plant not being native to Peru, you wouldn't have the wild ancestors around that would contaminate what you are selecting for. So now we have a very different story emerging that indicates that perhaps the ear of maize, as we know of it today, is the result of interaction between peoples in the south and the north. That certainly the origin of the plant is in Mexico because it's the only area where we have the wild plant, the wild precursor, teosinte, but that the people to the south received it, perhaps because of this use of the stems as juice for sweetness, for fermenting, and that they saw the possibility, without flow of the genes of the wild plant, to breed for the ear. It's a very challenging hypothesis, and the main author that you see here quoted, Miguel Vallebueno, is coming to Oaxaca. We have invited him 2 weeks from today. Exactly 2 weeks from today, he will be speaking to us, and we hope to gain more insight and discuss this possibility. So, as we heard earlier, please stay tuned. We have also evidence recently from a site in between, because the Central American people, of course, also played a role in this story. This is a site of El Gigante, the cave that you see in the background, in southwestern Honduras. At the site of El Gigante, which again is a rock shelter that is impermeable, we have beautiful preservation, and archaeologists have found over 10,000 remains of early maize, of different stages, of different periods. This is the work of Doug Kennett, a colleague, and his collaborators. The study of the numerous plant remains from this site confirmed that there were at least 2 waves of spread of maize from Mexico southward. The co-ops of this cave indicate that the Andean region, where domesticated maize had already arrived 7,000 years ago with the first wave of diffusion, the crop was subjected to a selection process to fix desirable traits for human consumption. So this is what I was proposing a moment ago. A more recent study than the original excavation of El Gigante, comparing the DNA sequences with maize originating in the Andes, indicates that cobs dated a little over 2,000 years ago are genetically closest to South American materials, not from Mexico. Mexico is much closer to Honduras than Peru. So this brings us back to this beautiful piece on display here, and it's a story that is unfolding before our eyes, and I would like to emphasize that this particular ceramic piece, in my eyes, really makes it clear that perhaps subconsciously the artists who produced this knew that the plant that they had received from the north was not what they were growing. Because the wild plant, as I had shown you, has multiple stems. Here they're emphasizing a single stem, a thick stem, with the beautiful ears that are a gift to humanity. And maize, you may know, is the most important crop today. It's the most widely planted, the most productive, and the most useful. For us in Mexico, maize is tortilla, es tamales, it's pozole. But outside of Mexico, increasingly, it's #1 industrial raw material from the plant world. Akin to the fruit, akin to the ear of maize is the fruit of cacao. Cacao originates in the south, originates in the Amazon basin, and it's spread north, along with its relative, which is much less known, but also important culturally, which in various languages of Mesoamerica is called the jaguar cacao. There's no common name for it in English. We call it patastle in Mexico. And the calabash tree, the gourd that is the most important plant receptacle, even more important than the squash gourd, we now know that the cultivated varieties in northern Central America and in Mexico are not developed, were not developed. We do have wild calabash trees in the Mexican tropics, but the planted varieties selected for, improved by human selection, came from the south. And also from the south came annatto, this wonderful red paste that we use for food, but which was used in other ways. And we have the recent work of Brazilian colleagues showing what the wild ancestor is and the fact that it is definitely from the Amazon basin. Urucu, it's called largely in South America. Urucu is used as body paint. Along with Junipa. Junipa belongs to a different plant family. Junipa turns very deep blue, almost black, and it's used as skin decoration. This is the fruit. It's a member of the coffee family. It's also something you can eat. It's sweet, it's juicy. And we have recent information from our colleague, Maestra Ofelia Lopez in Oaxaca. She comes from a poorly documented area in the mountains facing the Pacific. And in her community, indigenous religion is still very much alive. And Junipa is used in a very fascinating ritual that marks the participants in the birth of a child. The midwife, the mother, and whoever assisted in giving birth paints their hands with Junipa, and it's a way of predicting the welfare of the child. Similarly, we believe was the use for cochineal in old times, and I'm going to try to explain why we think this. This is where it comes from. This is an insect that is a parasite on Opuntias, prickly pear cactus. But as in the case of maize and as in the case of other plants that I have presented to you, both the host plant and the insect have been bred for. In the wild, you have Opuntias that are very thorny, and insects, this is a scale insect, a distant relative of aphids, notorious garden pests, by the way. In the wild, they have a lot of wax, but people breed for spineless Opuntias. Here, for example, is wild Opuntia tomentosa, and here is the result of domestication, no thorns. Thorns were bred out. And thorns were bred out not so much because we use this still today as a vegetable, but because of this particular species being the preferred host plant to produce cochineal, a very profitable crop. And it's not the only species used as a host plant. Another plant, Opuntia ficus indica, nopal de Castilla, we call it. It didn't come from Castile, but we always associate good quality with Spain, part of our prejudices in Mexico. So this is called nopal de Castilla. This has distinct wild ancestors from the previous one, also thorny. Again, people bred the thorns out to become the host plant for cochineal. This is a close-up. It's the females that are the source of the dye stuff. Here you can see it with a scanning electron microscope. And it's big, it's fatty, it has a lot of carminic acid, which is the red compound. The males, as is often the case, are worthless. They are small, they have wings. Their sole function is to fly around inseminating the females, and then they die. They have practically no color. Here's the dried bodies of the dead females, which you grind, and you get a beautiful maroon. And this is how this particular shirt that is on display in the Rockefeller Wing was dyed. The red figures that you see, the two big fat cats, and the lower border and the sleeves were dyed with cochineal, but it's cochineal that came from Mexico. Now, most fascinating about this is that this had to be, well, let me not get ahead of my story. Let me show you another couple examples, also on display. This is a wari four-cornered hat, where the red is again cochineal, and this particular tunic that is not on display, but it blows me away. I think this is such a beautiful example of elegant flamboyance, of joie de vivre, if you will, where the reds really bring out the elegance and the colorfulness. This is a Chuquibamba textile of the South Coast. And again, the reds are cochineal. Of course, we have textiles from southern Mexico in particular, also Guatemala and other regions in Mesoamerica, dyed with cochineal, such as the Zapotec wedding skirt of the Valley of Oaxaca, where I live. And an extraordinary mystic, probably mystic huipil. This is as fine, perhaps even finer, in its spinning of the cotton as any Andean textile of the pre-Columbian past, and we're very proud of it. Poorly known textile, but we are bringing it to the forefront. And of course, this was a source of the dye stuff for Venetian brocades, for paintings starting with El Greco. His reds and crimsons and even blacks were derived from cochineal. Velázquez, in his famous Meninas, also used cochineal. Goya used cochineal. Even Van Gogh, all the way to the 19th century, the Impressionists preferred, even though by that time they already had synthetic dyes, but they preferred the cochineal because of the saturation, the depth of color that it provides. And it continues to be used today, of course. And now Oaxacan artists such as Sergio Hernandez are using cochineal to bring out a sense of regionalism. And we are very proud at the garden to have this beautiful sculpture on display designed by Francisco Toledo, which we built, and it's a fountain where the water is colored with cochineal, as you see. Cochineal is the most important contribution of Mexico to the arts of the world. That was the curatorial script at Bellas Artes Museum, 2018, and I bring it forth because I participated in this curatorial effort. Here's Bellas Artes. In my mind, Bellas Artes is the equivalent of the Met in Mexico. And we have the dissertation of a colleague, Alex Van Dam, who showed something very important. Up to his work, it was thought that the Andes were the origin of cochineal. He sampled cochineal farms in the Valley of Oaxaca, in a very small region, and then compared it with a 1,500 kilometer stretch of area producing cochineal today that he sampled. And he found 5 times greater diversity in Mexico, in this small region, than the long route that he sampled. So he concludes that cochineal must have been originally domesticated in southern Mexico. I'm sorry again. This is how it's grown in southern Mexico. You have to protect it against hail. You have to protect it against intense rain. Whereas in the Ayacucho region, for example, it has become naturalized. Both the host plant and the insect thrive without human intervention because you have no wild antagonists to it, no wild enemies, and you can just gather it from the wild, and it's much cheaper to produce. But both the host plant and the insect must have been bred in Mexico, and that's what this shows us. Furthermore, he has evidence reconstructing how old this event was of domestication, and he finds it to be about 9,000 years old. But 9,000 years old, there were no textiles. That's why we think, that's been my proposal, that it was originally used as body paint. And I was thrilled to find that it protects you against insects. It's a natural insect repellent, and it's a sun blocker. It prevents harmful radiation from penetrating to the skin. So it makes perfect sense that it would have been used as body paint. And since we're talking about body cover, let me shift over to textiles in the little time that I have remaining. This is a beautiful tunic here at the Met showing shibori, tie-dye, which we associate with the hippies, of course. This is, sadly, a form of art that has died out. It used to be done in Mexico, no longer. And here I have prepared a chart for you to follow the various techniques. And I want to make the point that they're equivalent in their diversity. We are so enamored with the beauty of pre-Columbian Peruvian textiles because they have such beautiful preservation, but we have evidence to argue that in Mesoamerica we had comparable diversity, and that some of these probably spread from south to north, but others must have spread from north to south. And that's what I would like to end in trying to convince you. We have double weaves, very well known, done a lot today in the Andes. We have double weaves that were still made in the 1800s, no longer. This is a publication where I drew this from, although it was misidentified in the publication. Here's an example in our own textile museum in Oaxaca. Beautiful objects. A double cloth, such as this Chancay example. This particular technique is very close to my heart because this bag belonged to my granduncle, the brother of my grandfather, whose picture you see on the right, and I inherited this bag. My grandmother gave it to me when she realized I was interested in Mexican stuff, and she gave it to me. It hooked me on textiles for life. Other techniques, I'll be fast. Transposed warps, a very interesting technique, very ingenious. We have numerous examples from the South, Pre-Columbian and contemporary. Here's a publication that I benefited from. And we have Mexican examples. Again, sadly, no longer made, but still made about 60, 70 years ago, dyed with cochineal. And we even have a complex combination of techniques that is double weave with transposed warps, very challenging to do. And also in a tubular weave. Finally, a technique that I'm not quite sure this is a good example for because I have not been able to examine it closely, but it looks like it. And we have Mexican examples. Again, a technique that died out, but up to the 1930s, 1940s, it was still being made. It's I'm sorry, I have one more that is interlocked warps and weft, which is well known in the Andes, but we have an early example from Mexico. And I want to end with this particular piece on show, which is a moche. We just heard about the moche. This is a moche textile with this technique, the interlocked warps and wefts. Okay, so ending thoughts. Maize, cochineal, and weaving techniques bear witness to intensive interaction and even direct communication between Andean and Mesoamerican peoples along millennia, not just one or two periods, but throughout the time sequence. And we might gain insights, I would propose, from looking at the arts of the ancient Americas from a broader perspective, with a less regional emphasis. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, and thank you so much, Gabrielle, and thank you, Lisa. What a terrific morning. A great way to start things off. We will now take a break and reconvene at exactly 1:30 this afternoon, and we'll move north into Central America. So please join me in thanking our speakers once again. Welcome. Welcome back, everyone. What a dynamite morning. Thank you again for joining us for this symposium on new discoveries and new directions in the art and archaeology of the ancient Americas. I am Joanne Pillsbury. I'm the Angela E. Pearson Curator of the Arts of the Ancient Americas. And along with my co-curator, Laura Fioy Nadal, we're delighted to welcome you here today. So, I'm kicking off this middle section here, and Laura will wrangle the last session. And for this session, we're moving north from the Andes into Central America. Julia Mayo and Francisco Corrales will present some very exciting new discoveries from Panama and Costa Rica, respectively. And then we'll hear from Oswaldo Chinchilla. And Oswaldo is an archaeologist who generally caucuses with the Mesoamericanists, but today he's joining us with this session. And then finally, to round things out, Lawrence Waldron will be looking east from Central America to the Caribbean. Now, just a few logistics. Following a very short break at 3:15, and I mean short, this is just a seventh inning stretch to stand up, we will return at 3:30 for the final session on Mesoamerica. Mesoamerica, the culture area that includes parts of Central America, north to central Mexico. Anyway, please join me in welcoming Julia Mayo.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you, Laura, for your kind invitation to participate today of this symposium. It's a great honor for me to be here today in this temple of art and culture that is the Metropolitan Museum of Art, to speak about the archaeological site of El Caño and the practice of ancestor veneration, a tradition that carries not only a religious dimension, but also profound political implications in pre-Columbian Panama. In connection with this theme, I will also present an iconographic analysis of a piece of Isthmian origin from Sitio Conte, which is currently featured in the new exhibition of the Met's Art of the Ancient American Galleries. El Caño is a ceremonial and mortuary site located in the Rio Grande Valley in the province of Coclé. This site has given us the opportunity to understand in depth the social and political structures of the pre-Columbian society of central Panama. The setting of El Caño is key: fertile alluvial plains, abundant rivers, and proximity to the ocean create the conditions for agriculture, craft production, and the emergence of powerful chieftains. In light of the archaeological and genetic data, the region was inhabited by different ethnic groups speaking Chibchan languages who organized themselves until 700 CE in non-hierarchical ways. From then on, they followed different paths. Some continued to be simple societies, while others, as El Caño, involved in hierarchical societies. This same landscape gave rise to other renowned sites, such as Sitio Conte, located just a few kilometers away. For decades, Sitio Conte was known internationally for its spectacular gold finds, many of which today rest in museums of this country, also at the Met. Archaeological objects are key sources of knowledge, but they reach their fullest potential when recovered in context. Many Conte-style pieces in US collections were excavated at a time when archaeological methods were still developing, and therefore some lacked the precise context information that would further enhance their scientific value. By contrast, research at El Caño, carried out with modern methodologies, has recovered not only extraordinary objects, but also the mortuary context in which they were deposited. Remarkably, many of these objects are very similar to those from Sitio Conte, which make it possible to establish meaningful parallels and even to draw careful extrapolations. In this way, El Caño provides a deeper understanding of the social and political significance of these artifacts, while also offering a comparative framework that enriches our interpretation of the celebrated Sitio Conte pieces and broadens out our comprehension of both collections. When we began working on El Caño in 2008, our goal was to determine the degree of sociopolitical complexity of the Rio Grande chieftains. We wanted to know who these people were, how they organized themselves, and what roles rituals and beliefs play in their societies. From the very beginning, we understood that to reach these answers, we will need a long-term multidisciplinary project. One of the defining discoveries was the uncovering of monumental elite tombs dating between 7,050 and 1,100. 715 and 1,100. These burials were unlike ordinary graves. They were collective tombs where one individual of high status was interred, often surrounded by companions. The principal was mummified, wrapped, and richly adorned with gold ornaments, precious stones, and other ritual objects. The scale of this mortuary context led us to interpret them as ceremonies of ancestor worship rather than simple burials. Importantly, an ancestor is not just a forebear. As Mary Helms defined, an ancestor is an individual who, after significant achievements in life, is venerated by descendants as a source of identity and entitlement. This identity materializes in rituals, mortuary structures, and a continual ritualized relationships between the living and the dead. Ancestor veneration is, in this regard, a system of beliefs and rituals dedicated to honoring deceased, establishing an ongoing relationship through offerings, ceremonies, and spaces of worship. There are some cases of ancestor veneration in America. The most notable is that of the Inca Malquis. In the Central Andes, and especially among the Incas, ancestor veneration was a pillar of political and religious life. Deceased rulers were mummified and treated as if they were still alive. They managed their estates, while each new sovereign had to conquer new lands to secure sources. These royal mummies actively participate in ceremonies and political decisions. They receive offerings of food, drink, and sacrifices, were taken to battlefields, took part of governance councils, and were displayed in temples such as the Coricancha in Cuzco. There are several lines of evidence that demonstrate the system of ancestor worship at El Caño. The first is the possession of control of fertile lands. The cemeteries were built on the most productive soils of the Rio Grande Valley, alluvial plains replenished by rivers. This choice reflects a symbolic and practical link between the ancestors' agricultural fertility and the survival of the community. The second evidence is the conservation of the body. In Tomb 2, for example, the main occupant was buried face down, adorned with gold bracelets, cuffs, and belt made of animal teeth. Around him were 4 gold breastplates, ear ornaments, greenstone beads, and pirate mirrors. Although the funerary bundle itself did not survive, being made of perishable materials, the arrangement of artifacts showed that the body was desiccated, wrapped, and transformed into a mortuary package. This echoes the 16th century account of Gaspar de Espinosa, who described bundles and gold-covered caciques in Panama. The third evidence is the construction of built spaces for ritual. Excavation revealed wooden structures, now decayed, that covered the tomb. Stratigraphy analysis showed that these were not single-use burials, but spaces revisited throughout the time. The sequence of offerings demonstrates a ritual calendar in which the living periodically interacted with the dead. The fourth evidence is the deposition of offerings. Some tombs contain miniature versions of gold ornaments, tiny breastplates, and calf that reproduce the regalia of the main occupant. We interpret these as symbolic objects marking the transformation of the deceased into an ancestor, representing a ritual rebirth. This suggests that not all elite become ancestors. Rather, access to this status was selective and politically charged. Finally, the most direct evidence of ancestor worship comes from the iconography. In societies without writing, iconography was a visual language. Through image, people transmit myth, genealogies, and memories. At El Caño, we find pendants representing ancestors in moments of transformation. One shows a human figure emerging from the jaws of a crocodile. Across the Americas, crocodiles symbolize the underworld and serve as portal between worlds. The image depicts Izapa Stela 11. It is a single scene composition in which an ancestor, on his journey of return from the underworld, emerges from the open jaws of a crocodile, a creator that symbolizes the gateway to the primordial water realm and serves as a mediator between cosmic spheres. This slide presents a iconographic series that include the pieces from El Caño linked to the ancestors, along with others that we consider to cover the same theme. The interpretation of this piece as an ancestor figure is the outcome of an iconographic analysis conducted with a methodological rigor by Mercedes Guinea Bueno, a member of the El Caño research team. As part of her study, she identified in various museums' collections additional representation related to the same theme. The keyword for this interpretation is the pendant PCB 375 from the Dumbarton Oaks Museum, due to, in this case, this scene is fully represented. An ancestor is carried in the belly of the crocodile and emerged from its mouth. This piece constitutes a figure in action, a monoscene, whereas to understand the meaning of the others, including one of El Caño, it's necessary to consider the entire series. The difference among them reflects intentional artistic strategy. In the Dumbarton Oaks piece, all the characters are represented in action, while in the others, the artists employ a visual synecdoche, or fragmentary representation. They select only essential part of the scene to produce a more powerful and memorable effect. When two of these synecdoches are combined in a single figure, the result is what is known as a compositive visual metonymy, an artistic device that generates a new symbolic meaning. In this case, it represents the passage, transformation, and reappearance as the ancestor in the social realm, invested as a new being. Thus, while the Dumbarton Oaks pendant depicts the complete scene, the other presents two complementary images. On the one hand, the crocodile transported ancestor, in the other, the transformed ancestor himself. In short, they bring together the journey and the outcome, the process and the culmination. Ultimately, El Caño is a testimony to the capacity to the ritual, to legitimize authority, to control landscape, and to shape memory. Death here was never to the end. It was a transformation, a political tool, and a spiritual rebirth. By venerating their death leaders as ancestors, the most powerful families of the region consolidate their dominance, claim fertile lands, and representing themselves as the only legitimate mediators between this world and the next. And thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the Met and Joan and Laura. Muchas gracias for inviting me. I want to talk about southern Costa Rica. Thank you. Since 1982, archaeological finds in the Diquís Delta of southeastern Costa Rica have reshaped our understanding of its pre-Columbian history. The discovery of in situ stone spheres and related objects show the significance of the area, not only at the local level, but to a regional level. The Terraba and Sierpe rivers create the Diquís Delta, which receives from 2,840 to 6,084 millimeters of rain annually and experiences regular flooding that deposits about 1.5 meters of sediment. Pre-Columbian settlements existed here at least 300 BC to the 16th century, making it a major center in southern Central America. The Delta is an area with a complex and often threatening climatic situation, but at the same time is in a strategic position on communication routes and with abundant arable land and proximity to mangrove coasts and sea resources. Human occupation occurred in 3 different periods from 1500 BC to AD 1550, and the establishment of important population centers to take advantage of the resources and locations of the Delta. In this presentation, I will talk about some strategies of past societies to coexist and survive with climatic challenges in the Delta, particularly flooding. Then I will comment briefly on how flooding affects the management of archaeological heritage sites, specifically the Finca 6 site, which is part of a series of settlements with stone spheres declared World Heritage. The Diquís Delta is affected by several climatic phenomena that cause major floods and torrential rains. The most dominant synoptic influence is the subtropical high altitude of the North Atlantic, and others are the seasonal migration of the intertropical convergence zone, temporales or continuous rain during several days, and westward propagating tropical disturbances. Several factors contribute to this situation. This position favored the influence of the intertropical convergence zone. Furthermore, the northern limit, made up of the highest mountain range in the country, allows the development of convective rain over the valleys. Caribbean hurricanes cause the so-called indirect effect. The warm clouds rise up the Talamancan Range and cool, condense, and discharge on the Pacific slope, generating floods in the Diquís Delta. In recent years, some hurricanes with great consequences have been Joan, 1989, Caesar, 1996, Thomas, 2010, Otto, 2013, and Nate, 2017. The area is also subject to tectonic movements, and a major seismic event is expected soon. To understand the situation of the Diquís Delta, we must keep in mind that it is the final segment of the Terraba River Basin, the largest in the country, with an area of 5,000 square kilometers, approximately 10% of the country's territory. The river is the widest and longest, 185 kilometers in Costa Rica. The Terraba River has a meandering pattern with an average flow of 322 cubic meters per second, creating several mouths. The delta is also fed by the 82 kilometers long Sierpe rivers, which has a meandering pattern and is more exposed to marine activity. The Terraba Sierpe mangrove, one of the largest in Central America, forms at the mouths of both rivers. Neotectonics must also be considered. The longitudinal fault marks the boundary between the southwestern part of the coastal range and the unconsolidated sediments of the Diquís Delta. Together with the Sierpe River, it allowed the formation of the basin that received the delta sediments possible during the later Upper Pleistocene and early Holocene. At a regional level, after 8,000, 7,000 BC, there was a coastal stabilization, and after approximately 6,000 BC, the progradation of the deltas and the expansion of the mangroves, which would coincide with the formation of the Diquís Delta. Settlement in the delta likely began around 2000 BC. Charcoal and pollen analysis in sediment core at Finca 6 indicate maize, cucurbit or squash, herbs, shrubs, and trees that were present early with charcoal throughout, suggesting crops and open forests. A C14 date of 1600 BC for maize pollen aligns with a regional evidence for maize use. Along with the flood history, we must consider the effect of a dry period recorded at a regional level between AD 800 and 1310, with decreased rainfall and droughts which had global effects. It has been called the medieval climatic optimum, and at a regional level, it is known as a terminal classical drought due to its association with the decline of the Mayan society circa AD 900. Based on sediment analysis, rather than a prolonged drought, the TCD, for the letters in English, in Costa Rica is considered a series of dry events separated by periods of relatively wetter climate, so the replacement of the tropical rainforest with more open forest or grassland would not have occurred. TCD in southwestern Costa Rica likely caused agricultural decline due to drought between AD 800 and 980 and 1290 and 1310. Around AD 800, during the proposed transition between the Aguas Buenas and Chiriquí period, maize cultivation dropped and forests regenerated, marking a transition period. These changes resulted in population shifts, fewer settlements in some areas, and greater complexity in southern Costa Rica and western Panama. In the Delta, there's a notable change in occupations, which could reflect greater use of lowlands at the beginning of the dry period after AD 800. Despite the drier condition at the regional level, the floodplain would have remained wetter, fostering population concentration and the complexity of several settlements in strategic positions. Another drought is proposed towards AD 1300, this time associated with the effects of the Little Ice Age phenomenon, causing agricultural decline, which has led to the proposal that the population decline continued until the arrivals of the Europeans in the 16th century. The Diquís Delta varies across its area due to tectonic faults, river activity from the Terraba River, and the tidal influences in the Terraba Sierpe mangroves. Based on recent geomorphological and sedimentological variation, Espinosa and others divided in two zones. The northeast zone is shaped by tidal and marine currents near the Sierpe River, while the northwest zone experiences more geomorphological changes linked to the Terraba River, which causes fluvial deposits, erosions, and increased channel width. These divisions correspond to what has been observed at archaeological sites, projecting the same situation to the past. Archaeological sites in the northeast zone near the Terraba River show the effect of flooding with subsequent occupations and reoccupations, the northwest zone. And it's like in the case with El Silencio and El Bambú sites. At El Silencio site, on a small plain along the river where the largest stone sphere is located, there is a succession of occupations from different periods separated by flood sediments, showing a reoccupation of similar spaces over time. The site is believed to have occupied its largest area, approximately 20 hectares, during this second occupation. At El Bambú, on the right bank of the Terraba River, river movements affected the site. Wall profiles show several occupations during the Chiriquí period from AD 800 to 1500. Residents used the fertile alluvial land and river transport, but faced flood risks. Regional dryness likely encouraged occupation. C14 analysis of two separated dark strata revealed that the lower stratum dating to AD 1274 to 1320 and the upper to AD 1304 to 1364 indicating site reoccupation soon after flooding. These periods followed the TCD after AD 1100, suggesting increased rainfall and floods. Additional sediments suggest undated reoccupation later. In the material recovered from the bamboo site, a large vessel stood out, which on its sides presented a set of several figurines in a life scene that could reflect the communal cooperations needed for these situations. 3 individuals go in procession, while a woman with a child on her back leans on them. And behind them, a person can be seen with a bowl from which another eats or drinks. I prefer drinking, reflecting maybe a dance, a procession, a transportation, or a chichada or drinking feast. Oops. Another situation has been observed in the northeast zone, less subject to variation, where the presence of large sites with architecture and less evidence of flooding is notable. When observing the occupation of the delta, it is notable that the largest one are close to the 10 meters above sea level, indicating there would be a slightly higher area where the population was concentrated, probably due to a lower susceptibility to flooding. In the Chiriquí-sized large Finca 6, Finca 4, and Antigua Finca 7 in the northeast zone features a consistent 60 centimeters dark layer containing ceramics, lithics, and organic matter without sedimentary breaks. This size expanded after AD 800, coinciding with the effects of the TCD at the regional level, with an increased display of status symbols, likely due to the more effective use of weathered delta soils. Furthermore, the fact that the area has a more pronounced tidal action made it possible to increase navigation, primarily using the Estero Azul creek or quebrada, which extends well into the central part of the alluvial plain. This would not only link the largest and most complex sites recorded so far, but would also connect to the Sierpe River, enabling navigation to and along the coast. These dates associated with these sites correspond mostly to the TCD period, with some dating to the late Pre-Columbian period. The Finca 4 site measures approximately 200 hectares with mounds of various sizes and approximately 30 stone spheres, and tombs with dozens of gold objects. The main mound was approximately 3 meters high and 45 meters in diameter, with a 12 meters wide access ramp and 2 associated limestones measuring 1 meter in diameter. The Finca 6 site, approximately 20 hectares in area, features alignments of stone spheres and funerary structures. Radiocarbon dates range from AD 750 and to AD 1450. It has 2 mounds with retaining walls approximately 1.4 meters high and ramps, one of which has associated spheres. The Antigua Finca 7 site also features a mound measuring 16 meters in diameter and 1.4 meters high, with an access ramp and 1.2 meters spheres at the corners at the entrance, as well as associated sculptures. It has 2 days ranging between AD 82 and 1162. These sites were important population centers and featured the construction of architectural structures as basis for public buildings or the residences of leaders. The complex of mounds, the basis of perishable conical structures, with associated access ramps and stone spheres, has been called composite monumental architecture. Elevated structures were crucial during floods, which could last up to 4 days before waters recede. Afterwards, communities had to address structural damage, property loss, health risks, and displacement. The elevated houses located in less affected areas could shelter locals or refugees, and boats were likely used for travel directly over flooded land. These shared efforts likely reinforce leadership roles. Floods also affected agriculture. At the Canales and Nueva Finca 7 sites, stratigraphic changes suggest possible cultivation furrows used to manage excess moisture. Further research is needed to confirm these strategies. A striking reference to the meteorological phenomena in the area is provided by the Spanish explorer Gil González Dávila, who in 1522 made the first European incursion. He reports a great flood in what is assumed to be the Terraba River, which forced him to take refuge in a tree house and then leave in a hurry due to the impact that was presented. This would be the first report of a flood impact in the area. The delta, after the arrival of the Europeans, was largely unoccupied. The forests and wetlands would have prospered in the absence of occupation, since there are no occupation strata that could be associated with indigenous population after the impact of the conquest. After pre-Columbian dry periods, floods in the delta led to about 1.5 meters of sediment deposits from the 16th century onward, which played a crucial role in forming and preserving archaeological sites. Over time, these sediments sealed the deposits, aiding conservation. A disaster for residents later benefited archaeologists. However, the development of banana plantation starting in the late 1930s led to a massive channeling of the plain due to the strong humidity. The excavation of drainage channels exposed what the sediment had covered: structured cemeteries, stone spheres, statuary, and ceramics, which led to extensive looting. Flooding continues to affect modern populations, frequently who keep staying in the area once the water recedes. It also affects the management of cultural heritage. Several sites in the Delta have been protected, and 4 of them were declared World Heritage Sites by UNESCO in 2014. Work is now underway to conserve and manage their outstanding universal values. But it also means facing the same climatic adversities of the past and maintaining the same resilience of the former settlers to ensure the permanence of the sites. At the Finca 6 site, flooding is a threat to its management, exacerbated by the climate change being experienced. In October 2017, the height of the visitor center was barely sufficient to avoid the effect of Hurricane Nate, since the water was 1.5 meters high. Excavations in the archaeological area had to be recovered, and floods affected exposed spheres and mounds. After floodwaters receded, mud accumulated between 5 and 20 centimeters thick, depending on the terrain. Once dry, it measured 1 to 4 centimeters. This variation reflects events over 500 years, resulting in an average deposit of 1.5 meters. Another issue is the fluctuating water table, which rises significantly during the rainy season because of the low elevation and tidal capillary action. This makes it impossible to expose the buried structures, as they would collapse from excessive moisture due to their dry stone construction without mortar. It is important to include the 6C of climate change in the Cultural Heritage Management Guidelines, as strongly promoted by UNESCO. Oriented archaeological excavations, the use of climate simulations, and constant measurements are part of the tools that must be used for adequate knowledge of climatic events in the past and present. Current research at the planned international airport site has confirmed the postulated pattern. The lowest and most dispersed occupations are in the northwest. Radiocarbon dating matches estimated days for droughts that likely affected occupations in low-lying areas and led to subsequent movements to areas of higher elevation. This is, data also makes the days obtained, and all of this information also makes possible to separate the late period in 2 distinct phases, also closely related to the climatic changes suggested. Interest in the impact of floods is important due to the role in both past and current human settlements. Contributions from climatology, tectonics, geomorphology, and archaeology provide a better understanding of the circumstances experienced by the ancient populations in the Delta. Lessons of the past, together with current forecasting warnings, should be considered in planning and development projects for the region. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I will join my predecessors in thanking Joanne, Laura, and all the staff of the Metropolitan Museum for organizing this meeting. And I will take one of the wonderful objects that are now on display at the Rockefeller Gallery as a point of departure for a discussion of sculptures from southern Guatemala and El Salvador. This is the object. It's an hacha. It's identified in the label as a feline head hacha. The word hacha is Spanish for axe, and the name is just a convenient label to designate these objects, which are more or less axe-shaped. So they have a frontal edge that is thinner, and then the back edge is thicker, so they approximate kind of the form of the hacha, an axe. They are silhouetted normally, and they also have perforations. This is a genre of sculpture that is fascinating to me because it's very consistent. The shape and size are very consistent, and the artists had to constrain themselves within that format. And they were very creative about fashioning, designing shapes that would fit into that format, and we will see some examples later. So this is the feline head hacha, dating from 800 to 1100 CE, according to the label, and coming from southern Mesoamerica, from the hands of a southern Mesoamerican artist or artists in Guatemala or El Salvador. This is the region that we're talking about, southern Guatemala and El Salvador. I'm showing you a view of the Pacific coast of Guatemala with some of the well-known sites of Izapa, Tacalica-Baj, Cochumalguapa, Caminal Juyu over here. And this is the region where I have worked for many years, actually many decades, I should say. This whole region is very rich in sculptures. There's a very long tradition of sculptural art that goes back to the Middle Preclassic period. For example, this is an Olmec-style carving that was just recently reported a couple of years ago at the site of Reynosa in Escuintla. A little bit later, we get the spectacular sculptures known as barrigones, which are fat human figures that reach truly monumental proportions sometimes. And then we also have small examples. These are two from the site of Concepcion in Escuintla. By the late Preclassic period, the early centuries of the current era, we get dynastic stela with very elaborate reliefs and some of the earliest inscriptions that we know anywhere in Mesoamerica with long count dates that can be read, and then the portraits of rulers and other dignitaries, and well, very, very complex dynastic significance. But we also have a variety of small format sculptures. So these are like this beautiful toad, from the Museo Popol Vuh collection in Guatemala, is something that can be carried easily by two people. Notice that it's silhouetted, So the tradition of silhouetted sculptures goes back very, very far into the preclassic period in this region. And then also the fascinating figures of various kinds of silhouetted sculptures that, yeah, we call them silhouettes, for want of a better term. Pedestal figures is a whole other genre of sculptures, and all of these are spread across the region, the Pacific coast, and also present in Caminal Juyu in the Central Highlands very much. Portable sculptures, there's hundreds and hundreds of these mushroom stones that are very intriguing, and these span a very long time period between the preclassic and the late classic at least. Some of them with figures, some of them plain. The later ones tend to be plain. So this brings me to Cochumalguapa, the region where I have worked for many years, and this is a region that has a very long occupation going back to actually to Olmec times in the Middle Preclassic, but the main occupation that we have dates to the late Triassic period, 650, 950, and this was a city during this time, a very extensive city encompassing the groups of, the architectural groups of Bilbao, El Baúl, El Castillo, and other places that sometimes were believed to be independent sites. And I mean, sites that were distinct from each other, but actually formed part of a single conurbum at that time. We're at the foot of the very active Fuego volcano, as you can see here, and I'm also showing the site of Los Ujuyes, which I will return to later in this presentation. So here are examples of the Cochumalguapa sculptures. Again, very elaborate reliefs with the portraits of dignitaries, with inscriptions in a local script that was developed at this city. Portraits of, again, dignitaries, but in this case, juxtaposed between life and death, a very curious and relatively frequent theme at Cochumalguapa. Monumental, very large stela, such as Monument 1 from El Castillo. Many of these sculptures were known for many, many decades, sometimes for over a century, and but the recording and published records of the carvings were very poor generally. So a large part of my own work has been trying to document these sculptures, taking new photographs, making drawings, and publishing them in a better way. Here we have these magnificent royal portraits from El Baúl that have elaborate headdresses and feathers and other kinds of adornments. And I wish to highlight this magnificent sculpture, the Great Jaguar from El Baúl, because I really consider it as a true masterpiece of Mesoamerican art. Colossal heads. So there's a variety of many kinds of carvings that are present not only at Cochumalguapa, but also at other sites in the region. For example, this colossal head over here comes from the Antigua Guatemala Valley. Many of you may have been there, and luckily it's now on display at the local museum there. And here I am, a couple of years ago. I had a black mustache at that time. And this is the kind of thing that I was telling you about, making drawings, making new photographs, trying to help us to understand the representations and the archaeological context of these sculptures. At Cochumalguapa, we also have a variety of portable sculptures. This genre of figures with crossed arms also come in small to medium-sized formats, and there are many others. figures, little figures, sundry shapes that we get here and there. Which brings me back to the hachas. So this is a group of hachas that was published in the 1940s by Eric Thompson, who worked there at that time. Hachas were always supposed to originate from Veracruz, from the region of Veracruz in the Gulf Coast, and were supposed to have been brought to Cochumalguapa and to the Pacific coast of Guatemala and El Salvador by migrants from Veracruz. That was the traditional interpretation, which I am not quite sure about, and I will be telling you a little bit more about that. Hachas go together with yugos, or yokes, which are these U-shaped sculptures. These are two examples from the Pacific coast or highlands of Guatemala. The majority of these sculptures that I'm telling you about have been found haphazardly, have been found by, sometimes by looters, but also by people just working in the agricultural fields, doing some other kind of work, and we don't have archaeological context for them. This group from El Baúl was reported by Thompson, but he did not find them in archaeological excavation, but were just found at the site and put together at that time in the local collection. In the 19th century, going back all the way to the 19th century, Edward Seller first noticed that these figures on the Cochumalguapa stela are wearing yokes, are wearing the same as these U-shaped sculptures. And at that time, I don't think he realized that these were related to the ball game, but later on, other authors made the argument that these were worn by ball players. There has always been a question of whether the stone objects were actually worn, because that would be terribly heavy and cumbersome for players, or maybe stone versions or versions made from other materials were actually worn and the sculptures were just commemorative. But there are good examples of figures wearing the yokes and the hachas attached to the yokes. So here's a player from the site of Tonina, a totally different region and site, that wears a yoke and an hacha, and this one wears the hacha, but it's shown vertically, frontally, I would say. So there's no question that they were related to the ball game. Parenthetically, I want to tell you that a couple of years ago, I also reported a workshop for making yokes at the site of Palo Gordo, not far from Cochumalguapa. And these are just broken preforms for yokes. So they were unfinished, and somehow they broke in the process of manufacturing, and they discarded them. Unfortunately, I did not record this in excavation, but just found the bunch of pieces together at this place, and they told me where they had come from. So anyway, there are not too many contexts like this. I believe that's the only workshop that has ever been reported in Mesoamerica. We have the great advantage that Edwin Shook and Elaine Marquis several decades ago published a catalog of yokes and hachas from Guatemala and El Salvador. So that's a comprehensive source that's very useful. This is their map, and it shows the proveniences of all of these sculptures. But actually, they didn't report actual archaeological finds, but only the places where they photographed the hachas or yokes. And there are other concentrations, I should mention, in the area of Palenque, Tonina, and in the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. Again, the Veracruz connections are, I think, somewhat questionable. The shape of the hachas from Guatemala and El Salvador are very different from the ones from Veracruz. The ones from Veracruz tend to be larger. And if you go to the exhibition over here, you can see them side by side, next to the other, with this one from Veracruz. They tend to be a little bit more elaborate in terms of the carving, and have this angular shape over here. So if sculptors from southern Guatemala took anything from the Veracruz partners, it was just the idea, right, of making hachas. But then the contents, the style, the format, everything is different. At Coatzacoalcos, during excavations at the site of Los Ujuyes, we were lucky to find one of the few hachas that have been found in archaeological context. And this is what brought my attention to it. Los Ujuyes is a very small site, nothing spectacular. But in that excavation, we found a plain stela, a brazier, and after removing the brazier, there was an hacha. And this is one of the few that perhaps, I don't want to say the only one, but almost the only one that has ever been reported archaeologically. We have a firm dating for it between 672 and 878 with radiocarbon dates. And it's a very simple example. It's the figure of an animal. It's not one of the finest, possibly a deer. Schuch and Marquis identify this as deer, even though not all of them have antlers. But you can see the similarity with this one that does have the antlers. The hacha at the Met is supposed to be a jaguar, according to Schuch and Marquis. Well, it doesn't have an ear, it doesn't have fangs, and there are other hachas that are similar with a very long tongue, and I'm not so sure about whether that's actually a jaguar. We do have representations of felines on hachas, and this is one of the more elaborate hachas that combine various figures. Here, it's obviously a feline with an ear, no fangs, but it seems to be eating the heart of this unfortunate sacrificial victim. Another similar creature with a very big fang, but with a serrated mouth in this case. It's very hard to come up with good identifications, but in some cases we can. So obviously serpents, possibly rattlesnakes, and then I believe this may be a dog and possibly a bat, as Schuch and Marquis identified it. Here we have birds, a vulture, and a parrot, and you can see the creativity and the very fine, rather simple lines that they use generally in this sculptural genre. In some cases, we do have good basis for identifying the characters. This is what I call the skull bird, because it's a bird that has a skull in the head, and you can see the beak that comes out. And here, the beak is just insinuated over here. One of the many mythical characters in coastal religion. We have human or partly human characters, and these are very abundant. And they include this, which are actually characters that are wearing flayed skins. And you can see how they look like the skin is stretched over the face. And we can compare them with ceramic figures such as this that comes from Coatzacoalcos and definitely represents a character wearing a flayed skin. A practice that is generally associated with the god Xipetotec in Mexico, but which is actually much more ancient and widespread in Mesoamerica. And another sacrificial practice, dismembering. So we have an hacha that shows a severed leg and is definitely comparable to sculptures from Coatzacoalcos that show dismembered characters. And we have hieroglyphs occasionally, very rarely, but this is one sign that is very frequent in the Coatzacoalcos script, and we find it in these repetitive sequences in various sculptures. So, what's the big conclusion and the looking forward that Joanne and Laura asked me to do? Well, I find that hachas are very, very interesting. That this is one of those genres of materials that are around, everyone knows about them, and yet so few people have worked on them, so few people have made the effort to put them together and compare them and try to interpret them. So I think it may be something that I would want to do in the near future. Thank you very much.
I'm thanking Dr. Chinchilla for that setup, because staring at vexing, enigmatic objects is what I do, and it's kind of the theme of my talk. Everyone has thanked the organizers from all the emails and the meetings. I would just like to say that herding us together for today was not like herding cats. It was like herding butterflies. So thanks again to the organizers. I'll keep it short. I don't know, if you've got a phone, maybe you want to take a photo of this, because this is the timeline that we work with in the ancient Caribbean and the ancient Antilles. I've been trained to say by people like John Hoops, who say the Circum-Caribbean is also the Caribbean, Lawrence. So the parts that I like to dwell on for art historical purposes are these two high points, even though there's some very interesting things that happen in there. So I'll try to confine it. We know this guy. I encourage you to go see him in the gallery. This is the Metropolitan Museum famous Cohoba pedestal. And I thought that, just in the interest of staying focused, I might want to read this part. So the sustained gaze is kind of the subtext of my presentation, and for art historians, the sustained gaze is a distinguishing feature of our methodology. The consideration of every aspect of morphology, material, composition and construction, imagery and elaboration. We stare and stare, we circumambulate, we weigh, we rotate, we engage our other senses to expand our gaze to the metallic ring of a ceramic bowl, the icy touch of a polished, wet-looking jade frog pendant, the smoky smell of a wooden semi. Yes, I noted that, Joanne. Or some semis wobble when you first put them down. We hold our gaze until the artifact begins to make sense. We check our findings against archaeological reports, anthropological publications, first-hand accounts, and other textual sources, and if we are mistaken, we continue gazing with all our senses. Some of you know that the contemporary artist Miguel Luciano made replicas of the Cohoba pedestal at the Metropolitan Museum, and I tried to encourage him to put guanine in its eyes when he made his bronze copy, but I wasn't able to convince him of that. I think this is Joanne's fashionable elbow right there. So I think you should consider the semi when you encounter him in the gallery as having guanine eyes, which tear up and flow down his face. You should also consider that his forms all potentially mean something. The pedestal on top of which the shaman would have prepared or snuffed the cohoba into his nose is actually meant to look like a conical crown. The ear spool in his ear, the ear spool in his ear would have probably been made of some kind of greenstone, as would have the inlay there, which was probably also jade or some kind of greenstone, maybe even a frog, as you see here. And these would have been ligaments acquired during all of his initiations, but they would have also made his muscles pop. Taino people considered it quite fetching, almost like wearing a bustier on your biceps and on your calves, to wear your ligaments nice and tight so that your calves make this nice teardrop shape. And staring with all of our senses is kind of what I want to concentrate on. In the case of this motif that you see repeated all over the screen, it is meant to evoke many things. I don't go in for intellectual sleights of hand, so I just want to point out this, these are not Caribbean frogs, but I couldn't find images of them in this situation, which they definitely do. But I don't want to give you a 6 for a 9. You should know that the kind of frogs that we're talking about are Eleutherodactylus, the piping frogs. They are the size of my thumbnail, and one of the 15 loudest creatures on Earth. And as you can see, the shape of the frog has been turned into this kind of rippling motif, which you only notice if you've been gazing for quite some time, and to some extent gazing with all of your senses. I just want to point out that the circle at the middle of the motif is not a void. It is the raindrop. It is the force that creates the ripple. Frogs are the bringers of rain. They sing when the rainy season begins. After you plant, you've got lots of downtime. The people spend more time together. 9 months later, there's a bumper crop of babies. So we find that the frog is a symbol of not only the agro-fertility that comes from planting, but also human fertility. And again, this comes from that gaze. However, there are very few art historians operating in the Caribbean to bring that gaze. For the most part, at any given point in 2010, when I shot this photo on field work on the island of St. Vincent, before they put up a new airport on top of this area, there were at least 200 archaeologists working in the Caribbean, and no art historian save me. And so the sustained gaze is very much something that we need to do. We've got drawers and drawers of pottery covered in motifs with very fancy handles that all need to be deciphered. We've got more than half a century of archaeological proceedings that need to be gone through to get our data, and sometimes to update our data. Most of the books that end up being published about the pre-Columbian Caribbean are actually written by archaeologists, occasionally with an art historian from another area wandering through, like Dicey Taylor in the case of this book. But mostly, my books have begun to fill that void, and I'm very proud to say we have now got a production line online. There is a second art historian being created at UNAM right now to handle the Caribbean material. Ruben Balmaceda is studying visionary eye iconography right now, but he will branch out into many other things. He's Cuban. So I'm very happy to be joined by one more art historian. I'm actually on his PhD committee. And almost as if they were conspiring with the Metropolitan Museum, Sidestone Press is about to put this book out in a couple months with one of my articles in it that's actually a longer version of this talk. So if I run out of time, if they drum me off the stage, you can read that chapter when it comes out. Speaking of those stone spheres, there are other regions where the art historians have been historically AWOL, and this is one of them, right? So Istmo-Colombia. There are some Istmo-Colombian art historians currently in production. I thought I should mention them by name out of respect. Jose Ramon Alonso Lorea, Ronaldo Dito Morales are art historians who have published on the Caribbean before, but there's some Isthmians coming up like Lisa Trevor's student, Eric Mazariegos, and that's at Columbia, and Michelle Young's student, JP Rojas. So we do have some art historians currently in production, both of them being produced by Andeanists, interestingly enough. Aside from Reynaldo Morales, who is a rock art expert for the Amazon, we have no art historians currently working in the Amazon. We do have Cristiana Barreto, who is an archaeologist who is a devoted iconographer, and she's been training students. There are 3 or 4 of her students that I'm very anxious to work with in the future. I call this entire neglected area of 20 million square miles the AIAO, the Antilles, the Isthmus, and Amazonia Orinoquia. And what we all have in common, actually, are those wet-looking greenstone frogs, where there's quite a considerable exchange and some shared iconography. So in these neglected areas, at least neglected by art historians, there are a lot of commonalities and a lot of differences to study. But why are the art historians missing? That's a vexing question. It's not any of that stuff. There's the evidence. Is it maybe pathway dependency? A term used, you know when you study pre-med but you switch to art history? Yeah, it's like that. The departments, they're producing, Mayanists are producing Mayanists, Andeanists are producing Andeanists. They set up the syllabus that way, the curriculum that way, the grants, the funding that way, the publications that way. And so it all leads to a kind of groove that's hard to get out of or depart from. But like I said, it's currently being done by people like Lisa and Michelle, so I'm very thankful to that. What else? Too much heterogeneity has also typically sent departments of various kinds running for the hills. If you walk through the halls of the Metropolitan Museum, you will find that places like Nubia, the Caribbean, the Philippines create a lot of problems for curatorial departments. As you climb up the Nile, you end up going deeper into Africa, and then you've got some theoretical problems to deal with. The Philippines is too Pacific Island for Asia, too Asian for the Pacific Islands, too Latino for both. Where is the Philippines exhibit, right? So you can see entire areas falling in between the cracks, especially areas that question our concepts like, what is urbanism? What is a state? Well, the Andeanists are used to dealing with that one, with the Moche, for instance. So there are some questions to answer, but I just want to leave you with that and move on. There are some tensions between archaeology and art history, but most of them are kind of semi-imagined, and it's because I don't really see where Mesoamerican archaeologists and Andeanists archaeologists can conceive of their lives without the art historians working alongside them, whereas in these other areas, the archaeologists have been doing it all on their own. So beyond the stereotypical tensions between archaeological quantitative and art historical qualitative, gaining a glimpse into the logos, the ethos, the ontology, the epistemology of the ancients is indeed a preoccupying goal of the art historian. I stay up at night just wondering, why did Saladoid people stop painting their poetry, painting their pottery, and I can't get to the bottom of that, and I try to find some new way into it. But my archaeology friends who work in the Caribbean, when I don't see them next field season, it's because they're in Greenland, because they've expanded their island studies. So art historians are kind of expected to obsess. I know Joanne expects me to obsess, Laura expects me to obsess about the Caribbean. And so trying to get into the minds of the ancients is something that art historians are particularly well located to do. To the archaeologist's hows and how manys and when and wheres, the art historian with the sustained gaze is optimally situated to get at the whys and the interiority of the ancient peoples. The theoretics are myriad for achieving this goal, some of which are shared with the greater field of anthropology, from iconography, yes, and chaîne opératoire, which I'm fascinated by as a person with a studio background, to perspectivism and artifact agency. We consider all of these things. Of course, the visual ideals, that is the aesthetics and the storytelling, the themes, the commentaries, remain important parts of visual analysis. The museum is where both art historians and archaeologists are born. It fires our imagination with its seductive curation, its sensory experience of ancient objects, and so the museum is best located, I think, to start answering some of these questions. How do we get these two to play together? How do we start looking at artifacts as artworks? What's involved in that? What's involved in this sustained gaze? A lot of the time, while you're just living with an object, you end up seeing things you didn't see before. It's a little ambiguous that this might be an owl until you see the shadow. And as it dances in the firelight, it's an owl right side up and a bat upside down, and the Taino always conflated owls and bats and considered them relatives. The ancient people of the Caribbean also love to conflate species, categories on purpose with symbolic intents. So from the side, this long-necked vase is the neck of a swamp bird. From above, we realize that it's got 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. From an angle, we realize that the face is actually a pattern on the carapace of a turtle. And around the back of this beautiful pot is a little forest bird. And then it turns out there's a legend that links these two. The first shaman required tobacco, but it was heavily guarded on an island of Amazon women. And so every animal that he sent to get tobacco seeds was killed by their darts. They were master archers. And so he deployed a swamp bird that flies long distances to go from his island to their island. And then the swamp bird deployed the tiny hummingbird who no archer can target. And so the hummingbird got the seeds, they flew back to their island, and that is the acquisition of the first tobacco seeds. And this ambiguity it's obviously served by the stylization of pre-Columbian Caribbean art. If you do naturalism, it's very hard to load it up with this kind of symbolism. The longer you stare with your sustained gaze, you see how some motifs never go away, whether painted or in size, but forms change so much, from Euclidean geometry to organic shapes. They're still capable of Euclidean geometry in the Taino era, but they're much more interested in these kind of bulge here, sag there, tight there, slack there sort of forms. And I can't think of two more dramatic examples to compare these two related Arawakan-speaking societies in these two. The date on this one would be about 500 CE. On this one, about 12 to 1500 CE. Please note that I'm using the indigenous names of the islands, but I put that there for courtesy. Yeah. So I thought I would end with a case in point in my final minutes of the sustained gaze and the breakthroughs that it led to on this project that I started during COVID of all times. And first of all, what's a trigonal semi? The conquistadores reported that they put these things in the fields to make the crops grow. They prized them into the earth and propitiated them with liquid offerings. And the Spaniards described them as being the shape of a turnip, which I guess would be this lacrimiform center over here. And what is this word that we call them, including the cajoba pedestal here at the Met? We call them semi. You can spell it with a Z, that's the old Spanish spelling. A semi can be a god of, or a nature spirit. It can be a apotheosized ancestor, as you're seeing here. It can be an idol that is the sole dwelling place of a living being. And the way that happens is often that a tree or a stone calls to a shaman and says, carve me into the form of a such and such. And that is because that tree or that stone or that piece of coral is already a semi and just wishes to be articulated. A semi can just be an image of one of these and not necessarily inhabited. And the word semi itself, meaning ineffable or kind of sweet, can also be used the way the Yoruba use the word ashe, or even more so how the Pacific Islanders use the term mana. So a thing can have semi, if you get my grammar. In my cataloging, I found at least 11 different forms of trigonal semi. This is the famous vexing category of unusual objects from the Caribbean, or the Antilles. Sorry, John. And I numbered them, I renumbered them, I abandoned Jesse Walter Fuchs's old typology, which was 4 different types based on where the face is. No, they started long before there were faces on them in the solidoid. And it turns out there are 11 major forms and lots of subforms, as you can see here. They start out as the sawed-off tubercles on conch shells, and they're used for personal worship. You carry them around on you, and they're carved in this jewel-like way with some very prescribed designs upon them. On their underside, very importantly, is a spiral, because the tubercle grows that way. And after they start making them out of coral and stone and they start growing in size because they're no longer restricted to this tiny cone over here, they never let go of this idea of this hollow on the bottom, which again I will insist is not a void. So as they switch to stone and they get bigger and bigger and bigger, some of them about this big, from originally being microsemi that big, they never let go of the idea of having this void on the underside. And I will share this with you with just a few seconds left, that this particular one, it's almost completely not elaborated in any way. I am so not a mystic, but I confess to you, when I touched it, the temperature of my arms changed and all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. And that is not something I can put in a scholarly publication. So what I decided was I would point out that maybe elaborating them is necessary to increase or focus their power. How does that sound? Is that more responsible? Yeah. So this is a work that I'm doing now, just extending my gaze on these trigonal, these vexing objects like those hachas, and getting to the bottom of them. The book comes out next year. It's winding its way through peer review right now. I've got the peer review comments back, so hopefully next year I have something to offer you. And let me just finish with, do you see that circle that I've just put in there? On rock art, it confirms that when you look at these, you should really be expecting that there should be some kind of stellar object behind it, probably the sun. So rock art has come in and given us some answers that we didn't know before. All right, so I can't think of a more dramatic image to end on. I'm just gonna leave it right there. You know this triple world that many of the circum-Caribbean people believe in, the starry overworld, the world we live in, the watery underworld? I think we need more island studies in pre-Columbian archaeology and art history in the Americas, because islanders know that there is not water under their land. Their legends tell them that the world is a flooded world and we live on the mountaintops. They understand this satellite photo. So they think the land is in the water, and the water is in the land in the form of caves that penetrate, and that's what the void on the bottom of the trigonal semi represents. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Julia. And thank you, Francisco and Oswaldo, for a really, really great session. I think Laura and I might have to change a few labels, but it's a little early. But anyway, I just, if there's one theme that runs through this session, it's the theme about how much there still is to do in this field. And I'm heartened by seeing so many students in the group here today, and that is great. We need to remind ourselves there's a great deal more to be done still. We have a slightly longer break than I told you earlier. We will reconvene here at 3:30 on the dot for the final session on Mesoamerica. So once again, please join me in thanking our speakers.
Welcome. Welcome back, everybody. And thank you again for joining us for the symposium on new discoveries and new directions in the archaeology of the ancient Americas. It is so exciting to see the house full of friends and full of students, full of public, and to witness such a diverse and intergenerational audience we have today. So I am Laura Filloy Nadal, and alongside Joan Pillsbury, We are the curators for the art of the ancient America, and I am here to kick off our last session of the day. We will hear next about Mesoamerica and beyond. David Carballo and Leonardo Lopez Luján will present some exciting new discoveries in Teotihuacan and Tenochtitlan, respectively. Sara Ladrón de Guevara will lead us on a journey through the region of Veracruz y el Golfo de México. To round things out for our symposium, David Carrasco will reflect on the power of art and images across time and across borders. So please join me in welcoming our first speaking of this session. Please welcome David Carballo to the stage.
Gracias, Laura. Thank you to Joanne and all the organizers for this wonderful event. Thank you all for being here, including some recently arrived family members. I very much appreciate it. The new gallery, those of you who have seen, is wonderful. And when you first walk into the Americas wing, you're greeted with some art from Teotihuacan, like this piece over here to the right. And I think that's very appropriate and a wonderful curatorial decision because Teotihuacan was the largest city in the Americas for the first 6 centuries or so of our era. And it was a cultural crossroads. We think there could have been as many as 5 different languages in it, and we know that it had sustained migration throughout its occupation. It's most famed for its pyramids, like the one that you see over here, the Pyramid of the Moon. In fact, signs leading from Mexico City just say pyramides, like pyramids this way, just follow that. They don't even say Teotihuacan. And you should go there and visit if you haven't and enjoy the pyramids. But I'd also like to balance those pyramids, and the idea of this is a sacred city. It's built into the name, the Nahuatl or Aztec language name. We have Teot, means sacred or divine. So this is a sacred place. It was viewed that way by the later Aztecs, but also in its era, it was this major pilgrimage center. But it was also a lived city, and so I'd like to balance some of that sacred city with the social history of people living life as lived. And in fact, much of the art that you can see in the galleries wouldn't have come from the pyramids. It would have come from apartment compounds, and I'll get into those, but this was a city of multifamily apartments, a little like New York, and the neighborhood centers that we had. So balancing some of those more sacred religious objects with life as lived, which also, of course, included religion as practiced in more domestic settings. So to the later Aztecs in central Mexico, Teotihuacan was a sacred city, again, built into its name, Teot, as sacred. It was seen as a place of creation of the 5th era. In this photograph in the middle from the late 19th century, you get a sense of what the ruins would have looked like even in Aztec times, when people lived in towns around the former sacred center of pyramids and palatial compounds. And they were covered over with vegetation like you see here before archaeologists started working there. But we also have representations like this one over here from a 16th century Otomi codex. Otomis are the second largest ethno-linguistic group of the area, along with Nahuas, or Nahuatl speakers. And here's an image of this humble god, Nanahuatzin, who's depicted often, technically his name means the pimply one or the pustulant one. He has sores on his body, he's humble, he has clubbed feet, and he threw himself into the fire at Teotihuacan to arise as the 5th era, the 5th sun, and put the 5th sun in motion. So we have these pictorial references to it and also textual references like you see on the back. We also have objects, so we know that the Mexica Aztecs, like Leonardo will be talking about in a bit, took images from Teotihuacan like this mask that you see here, which is a Teotihuacan classic period mask, but an Aztec artisan has overlaid turquoise and shell. And I love this as a visual metaphor for Teotihuacan serving as these foundations for these later Central Mexican cultures. But it seems it wasn't only in the 16th century that this was seen as a sacred place of creation. Even during the city's height in the first 5 or 6 centuries, we have art suggesting it was very much part of the same. So for instance, this was a painted city, a city of murals, and you can appreciate one in the gallery. On the bottom are 2 others, and some of my colleagues like Rubén Cabrera and Tera Uriarte have suggested that this figure over here is a precursor to Nanahuatzin. He has these clubbed or deformed feet. He has sores on his body. He seems to be falling. This one has a wound and is next to a stick with a fire motif on it, almost suggesting there's some connection with fire. We also have images like the one that you see up on top, and this is sort of a typical, in some ways, a typical depiction in Teotihuacan where humans are subordinated to a central element. It could be a deity, it could be, in this case, an altar with a solar disk on it, making offerings. They're fulfilling their own social role. And we will see this in other later traditions. For instance, in this famous piece of Mexica Aztec art, you have these 2 individuals around a solar disk, but you can also note some of the differences, other than media. One's a mural, one's a stone sculpture. But over here, we know that this is the Emperor Moctezuma II. His name is listed right here in a hieroglyph, and this is the patron god Huitzilopochtli, where here we have these more anonymous 2 priests making offerings. In some cases, they could be tagged with the name hieroglyph, but that was less typical in Teotihuacan. So we have, in general, people fulfilling social roles, but not being singled out as powerful individuals. In fact, we debate the rulership structure because we don't have obvious examples of depictions of rulers for Teotihuacan. But we do have those pyramids, and in the late 20th century, these were the backdrops to other major calendrical rituals for the nation of Mexico. So for instance, the Sun Pyramid was reconstructed to commemorate the centennial of independence from Spain, which was in 1810. So for the 1910 centennial, the Sun Pyramid was reconstructed, stripped of the vegetation you saw on that earlier slide, and there was a congress of Americanists gathered there. In the 60s, the Street of the Dead and the Moon Pyramid were reconstructed, and that was in time for the Olympics coming to Mexico City, and so the torch was run up the Moon Pyramid. And then we have in this reconstruction that's moving, the Feathered Serpent Pyramid. This is from the National Museum of Anthropology, and you can see a head of this type, it's not from this particular building, in the galleries. So folks come to see the pyramids. They were reconstructed in the 20th century, but it really was only since this gallery was open in the 80s that most of these saw scientific excavations with tunneling, dating, trying to understand the symbolism of the offerings and understand their significance within Teotihuacano society. So when people come and visit the pyramids, this is often what they're doing, and that includes this guy, a recently departed legend of rock and probably an avatar of the god Tezcatlipoca, the sorcerer of the Aztec pantheon, here on the Street of the Dead. He went there in 1995. This is actually the first year that I went as a senior in college, and I was a political science major, and I'm not that anymore, as you can tell. So just being here totally shifted my thinking and what I wanted to do. I don't know what Ozzy took away from it, but he seems to have enjoyed it. So this is a site that reaches some 3 to 5 million tourists, and they do come to see the pyramids, and the pyramids are incredibly important for understanding the religion and symbolism. We do have recent discoveries. So in the 70s, people knew about this tunnel under the Sun Pyramid, which had been looted in antiquity. But more recently, Sergio Gomez and team excavated one under the Feathered Serpent Pyramid that still had its offerings. And it's pretty incredible. And if you want to see some of those offerings, I'd recommend the book, Teotihuacan City of Water, City of Fire, edited by Matthew Robb. That's a beautiful coffee table book on the city. But so this cave and tunnel system is communicating something about sacred mountains and sacred caves as part of the built environment. So within the natural environment and the built environment. In this mural, you can see a cave feeding water to a water mountain that people are frolicking around. And so this is in a more sort of narrative type scene, but these can also act as isolated hieroglyphs for mountain and cave, and they're clear precursors to the Aztec writing system. So even though Teotihuacanos did not use writing to a huge degree, like compared to the classic period Maya, they were using writing, and it was a clear precursor to later Central Mexican systems. But I think that the most unique and for me fascinating part of the city is not the organized grid plan, is not the pyramids. It's the fact that sometime in the middle of its occupation, everybody switched to living in apartments. So apartment level multifamily housing for the entire city developed sometime between 250 to 350 of our era. And so you can see that Teotihuacan was a contemporary of this place, Imperial Rome. They're drawn to scale here, so you get a sense of how big, sprawling Teotihuacan was. Rome had more people because it had multi-story living, including their apartments, which about a quarter of the city's population lived in, the insulae. But these were largely low-status housing that renters would live in, and it was fire hazards to live sort of on the top of these buildings. Where in Teotihuacan, they were ranch-style livings, relatively spacious and comfortable accommodations. This is really something unique in the pre-modern world, where something like 90% of a population of over 100,000 was living in multifamily apartments, something maybe New Yorkers can appreciate. So these are places that had dozens of people. They had different ethnic groups, particularly on the periphery. There was more migration from different parts of Mesoamerica. They had their own craft specializations. They were relatively comfortable residences. And really fascinatingly, if you add up all the projected labor for building the 2,000 to 2,300 apartments, it exceeds and maybe even doubles all of the pyramids and palaces of central Teotihuacan combined. So even though that's the tourist draw, I would really suggest when you make it there to go visit one of the few reconstructed apartment compounds to get a glimpse of what daily life was like. I promise this is the only stratigraphic profile I will show you, but it is interesting in that out on the periphery where we're working, some couple miles from the Sun Pyramid to the south, we have good evidence of the change from pre-apartment living to apartment compound. So down below, you see these post holes in an earthen surface of some sort of wattle and daub type structures like this. And in higher levels of the 4th century, you have the adobe, bricks, and stone of apartment living. And so there's this transition, and this is way out on the southern periphery. So we can assume that apartments develop in the center of the site, but by 350 or so had spread throughout the whole city. And they look something like this, organized around patios. There's a larger central patios for the sort of full group rituals, and then smaller patios for families, we believe. And they have some precursors, so these patio groups we would see in the pre-Teotihuacan formative period, like this, which make the center of these sorts of spaces that you see here. And then we have orthogonal room blocks in some of the denser urban centers of pre-Teotihuacan central Mexico, but no one really puts it together until Teotihuacan, and this becomes these multifamily large complexes, and it actually goes away with Teotihuacan. So in the Toltec and then Aztec period, there are some apartments, but it was no longer the dominant form of domestic life. And the late Columbia art historian called this an experiment in living, and that, in fact, that was the subtitle to her book over here. So she studied the murals and spent a lot of time illustrating them, and that gave her not only appreciation for the aesthetics of the city, but also what it was like to live in these multifamily apartments and how unique that was. So she talks about Teotihuacan collectivism, that this city, through its art and through its residences, projected this collective identity that wasn't highlighting any dynastic families, any sort of kinship or lineages. More focus was on the deities, sacred cycles, reconstructing these cosmic cycles, feeding the sun, et cetera, like you saw in some of the earlier imagery. So we do have images of humans like that piece over here that's from the gallery, but they tend to be very stylized and not having that many unique individual attributes. And we'll come back to some of those. But some of the principles in reading Teotihuacan art, the archaeologist George Cogill has some terms that I think are useful. One is that you get this premise of abbreviation. So in the gallery, you can see a storm god vessel over here, and the storm god has a button nose and disc eyes and fanged mouth. And those things can be abbreviated into the stone monument that you can also see in the gallery. At the same time, there is the infixing of that abbreviated storm god imagery into something that looks like a feathered mirror or shield over here. So that's a qualifier. It's qualified by being in that particular disc. And this one is from the area that Oswaldo talked about in southern Guatemala, but it has a Teotihuacan style. And in fact, this individual has that same abbreviated storm god image in a disc mirror in front of him. This also could have been associated with the ball court, so we have ball court markers like this one, and they have that same sort of feathered circumference with an image around in the center of the disc. So the city was of apartments, but these were organized into districts with neighborhoods. And a few different projects by Mexican colleagues have focused on two in the city center. So La Ventilla by Rubén Cabrera and Sergio Gomez, and Teopancasco by Linda Manzanilla. These are closer to the city center, and they help us understand how neighborhoods were organized with their own civic architecture. We're excavating down to the south, Tlahinga. This was lower socioeconomic status part of the city, and I will take you here in a second. But first, I just want to draw an analogy with New York. So here's the Lower East Side. We could think of Tlahinga a little bit like Teotihuacan's Lower East Side. This is where my dad was born. My grandparents were immigrants who came and settled in a tenement. You can come and today go to a tenement museum and do walking tours and see the insides of these. But this was utilitarian working class houses for immigrants and working class folks. They also, though, when you go on a walking tour, had access to some nice civic infrastructure. So for instance, this school building has pride in its sort of nice construction as a nice civic amenity for this particular area. And then this park, Seaward Park, according to New York City Parks, was the first permanent municipally built playground in the nation. And so this is what urban scholars like the NYU sociologists would call social infrastructure. Places at the neighborhood level where people can come together and build community and be in touch with one another, and they build more resilient communities through either civic infrastructure and social infrastructure. And where we are right here in a museum in a public park is an example of both such things as well. So we know that these institutions existed in Aztec society. So for instance, in places like Tenochtitlan, they were called the Calpulco, the Calpulli place. Your Calpulli was your big house, your corporate kin group, and we have images like this reconstruction of a father dropping his kids off, maybe at the Telpochcali, which was one of the two types of schools in a compulsory education system. At Teotihuacan and places like La Ventilla, they look more like this, with administrative complexes full of hieroglyphs on the floor, with a temple complex with one of those masks that you see in the gallery, and mural paintings, and then where folks lived, and they were crafting. In fact, they were crafting some of these same masks that you see deposited here, and this is some of the work of Sergio Gomez and Julie Gasola, who've worked on that. Now coming a little farther to the south, the Lower East Side, if you will, of Teotihuacan to Tlahinga, here the architecture we see is more earthen. It's simpler. It doesn't have the stucco for the apartment compounds over here and here. But in the civic complex, and what we would think of as the neighborhood center, it was as elaborate as anywhere in the center of the city. It was covered in stucco, and it had mural painting. So when we excavate people's houses, this is the sort of daily life stuff that we see. So we have things for making food, like a mano and metate. We have a corn husk from, maybe a tamale or maybe just burning corn over there. Obsidian tools, tools associated with textile production. This one is, if you've ever tiled a backsplash or your bathroom, you're probably using something very similar, a float. It's that same sort of shape for putting on plaster or other applications to walls. And one of the compounds we excavated was inhabited by specialists in obsidian. And one of the fascinating things we see, there's no metals in Teotihuacan. So all the cutting tools are made of obsidian. They're mass-producing blades over here, which would have been your main cutting tool. But we see different levels of production, suggesting that there was apprenticeship within the apartment compounds themselves. So families had trades that they were passing on to other generations. And this gave them access to some nicer stuff. So they had objects of art within their house. Those same obsidian workers, they made a cash deposit with a bunch of obsidian and also one of these nice stucco polychrome vessels. In the same apartment, we found a vessel that has remains of stucco in it. So they were possibly producing art themselves. At the very least, they were fixing art that they had. So if you look very carefully, there's a patch here. This isn't one we made, but the stucco had started to come apart, and the inhabitants of this particular obsidian workers compound patched it together. And so they had access to nicer stuff, but they were taking care of it. They also might have been applying pigments. That's harder to say, but we do have this nice set of pigment jars that you can see in the gallery to get a sense of the tools of production for this sort of object and also for the murals. Just to the north, we have another apartment compound, and here they probably were masons. We found many, many of these masons' tools that you see over here. So another relatively simple trade, but very serendipitously, we found one of these masks. So these masks are often looted. We don't know where they come from, and it was very surprising to find them way out on the periphery in this household of sort of lower socioeconomic status. It means that people had access to these things. They manipulated them within their own households. Then finally, our attention has shifted a little more to the neighborhood center. These buildings were nicer made. They're covered in stucco. They have talud tablero architecture, the typical architecture for more elaborate buildings at Teotihuacan. They have imports like spondylus shell from the Pacific and iron ore from a distance. They have ritual incense burners, and they have murals. And the murals project interesting themes that are telling us about art, how art was consumed way out on the urban periphery. So in one case, they have these feathered eyes and jade bead motifs. That might be some sort of temple complex, but another complex, a platform complex, has this very militaristic imagery. So it has images related to water, fire, which is a metaphor for warfare for the later Aztecs, and the flowery afterlife, and even dart points and warriors. And they were producing their own dart points right across the street. So this, I think, speaks to some of the city's success. There was buy-in and part of, even out on the urban periphery. They probably were training their own warriors who then were conscripted into state armies and helped to provide the military might of the city. There was a compelling ideology that drew pilgrims to it and went down in history. So this was never a forgotten place. It lived on in lore of the Mexica and other Aztec peoples, and still today is a symbol of Mexican national identity. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I feel very honored to participate in this symposium. I want to thank the Metropolitan Museum and all the people that made it possible, especially Joan and Laura. Thank you very much. When I received the invitation to participate in this symposium, I first reviewed the Gulf Coast collections on display at this magnificent museum. My initial intention was to provide context for the remarkable pieces here, and through them to emphasize the immense cultural diversity that characterizes the region. I wish to demonstrate that the diversity represented in the Met's collections corresponds to the cultural, ethnic, and linguistic variety that prevailed during the pre-Columbian era and that continues to define our territory today. I considered highlighting how this diversity is manifested in colossal objects as well as in exquisite miniatures, in durable works carved from basalt and in fragile pieces modeled in ceramic, in complex cities as well as in modest settlements. I thought of reclaiming diversity as a defining feature of Mesoamerican civilization, because its recognition remains incomplete, both in our understanding of the past and in our perception of the present world, where diversity itself constitutes the greatest richness. In preparing this presentation, however, I chose a different path, one that illustrates the shared foundations underlying stylistic differences across time and space, the context in which archaeologists pursue their research. I refer here to the hardcore described by Don Alfredo Lopez Austin, who perhaps better than anyone articulated the basis of a common cosmovision that underpins Mesoamerican cultures. It is another way of valuing diversity, recognizing that within multiplicity lies a shared cosmology, a set of common parameters that enable intercultural dialogue rather than estrangement through differences. Thus, although the colossal basalt heads of the Classic period and the delicate smiling ceramic figurines of the Classic period may appear to stand at opposite extremes, they share common threads that allow us to speak of unity in cosmovision. The collections displayed in the newly renovated Michael C. Rockefeller Wing indeed reveal immense diversity in materials, style, size, color, and decoration. Yet today I prefer to highlight what unites them, their grounding in a shared ritual system based on a common cosmovision. I also face the challenge of summarizing in just a few minutes the cultural diversity of a region over the span of 3 millennia. We know, for instance, that the Olmec flourished around 1500 BC, while the Spaniards arrived on the Gulf Coast in 1519 CE, encountering the Totonacs, Inquihuiztlan, and Zempoala. From there, the Spaniards forged alliances to overthrow Tenochtitlan. While popular imagination often collapses these cultures and eras into one, it is essential to emphasize their differences. Without disregarding such distinctions, however, I wish today to underscore the unifying thread of Mesoamerican identity as seen from the Gulf Coast, always recognizing these regions' interactions with other cultural areas, both within and beyond Mesoamerica. We begin, of course, with the Olmecs, a civilization of the southern Gulf Coast whose legacy embodies the earliest expression of the shared Mesoamerican cosmovision. Their influence radiated across the region, not only through their monumental stone sculptures, but also through their finely crafted small-scale artifacts of extraordinary quality. From the Olmecs onward, we discern traits that endure throughout Mesoamerican history. During the Pre-Classic period, the Gulf Coast served as a primary source of ideological innovation, while from the Classical period onward, central Mexico, Teotihuacan, Tula, Tenochtitlan, and ultimately modern Mexico City became the locus of political, economic, and ideological power. In its beginnings, however, Mesoamerica's wellspring was the Gulf Coast. The Olmecs placed a particular value on durable stones, basalts for monumental sculptures, and jade for small artifacts like sails, figurines, and masks. Jade, imported from Guatemala, Motagua Valley, necessitated, Jade imported from Guatemala, Motagua Valley, necessitated the establishment of long-distance trade routes. These routes likely included Pacific maritime navigation and crossing the lowlands of the Isthmus of Tehuantepec to avoid bypassing both Sierras Madres. Such interactions fostered not only the circulation of religious and ideological concepts, but also ecological exchanges. Indeed, recent archaeogenomic analysis of cacao remains from San Lorenzo, the first major urban center, reveal the origins in the Ecuadorian Amazon, as Alejandro de Avila mentioned here earlier. These findings suggest a very early maritime route that extended from South America along the Pacific coast, crossed the isthmus, and reached the Olmec lands. The Olmec also introduced urban planning based on a cosmological model of 4 directions, not points, but rather regions and a center. Their architecture consisted of earthen mounds that later evolved into stone-faced pyramids, establishing a form that persisted across Mesoamerica. When the Spaniards arrived, these structures contrasted sharply with Western architecture. Pyramids were meant to be climbed, not entered. As a result, they could not be repurposed for Catholic worship. pyramidal platforms served as the base for the temples, while the community gathered in open plazas for the rituals. The Spaniards, therefore, dismantled many of these structures, reusing carved stones to construct buildings in Western style. Olmec iconography captured in stones, likewise, reveals mythic and religious concepts that resonate through Mesoamerican history. Serpentine beings with feathers that prefigure Quetzalcoatl, sacred representations of fish and bears, and jaguar-human hybrids, which remained as an important feature in Mesoamerica, as in this piece from Nopiloa in the Met collections. They also initiated writing-like systems and calendrical calculation that expressed a cyclical cosmos. At Tres Zapotes, we find some of the earliest evidence of the 365-day solar calendar intertwined with the 260-day ritual calendar cycles that reset every 52 years in the eternal return. The Olmecs also established ritual practices that endured until the conquest: the erection of stelae, the deposition of offerings, sacrifice, and the ball game. Archaeological finds from ritual masks at Arroyo Pesquero to hidden offerings at La Venta, which precisely portrays the use of masks in ceremonial contexts, and vulcanized rubber balls, surprising innovation at El Manatí attest to these practices. Even in the absence of formal courts, games could be staged on temporary fields, underscoring the centrality of movement, owing to Mesoamerican cosmology. In fact, the ball game was one of the features chosen by Paul Kirchhoff to define the cultural Mesoamerican super area. It surprised the Spaniards at arrival in our territory, and is still practiced today under the name of ulama, whose Nahuatl root comes from the word olin, rubber, the material used for the ball, and from the movement that constitutes the essence of the Mesoamerican cosmovision. Olin, movement, joined the other four elements, air, earth, water, and fire, as the fifth essence of the Mesoamerican cosmovision. It signified the succession of opposites, the cyclical passage from death to life, night to day, and so forth. The Mexica named the Gulf Coast Olman, the place of movement, both for its rubber trees and maybe also for its symbolic role. The current sun, according to post-classic myth, is called Nahui Olin, for movement, a name that encodes its daily passage across the sky and its renewal in the underworld. The ball game symbolized the cosmic cycle. The ball was the sun, the court, the quadrangular earth, delimited by the solstice points in its annual cyclical journey. Death would be found in the corners of the court, that of sacrifice by decapitation. In fact, the obtaining of skulls is often represented in the ball itself. And in the Mayan story of the Popol Vuh, where the heroes confront the gods on the court and the ball is made of a skull. The game is thus the contest of a life and a death drama. The Metz collection preserved this legacy of symbolism. A vessel of the Rio Blanco Papaloapan tradition, for example, depicts two figures facing one another across a central circle, containing the head of a macaw, a Maya solar symbol, although at a distant territory, the Mayans undoubtedly maintained relations with the Gulf Coast through navigation, which is only just beginning to be glimpsed in studies of ports on the Gulf Coast, which call us to also look at contacts across the sea, not just inland. Although much research remains to be done, to understand the dynamics of navigation that connected distant territories, records of the pre-Hispanic ports that would have allowed these exchanges are already beginning with Maya lands, and those would have allowed contacts as well with the southern United States. Returning to the vessel, we recognize that the circle is then the sun, and it is also the ball, for this symbolizes the ritual of the game. Two players face each other. The solution to the opposition must be found dialectically in movement. It is possible interaction between opposites. They are adorned with yokes, which, although not made of stone, served as the players' protectors, along with the hachas. And here is the hacha that Osvaldo Chinchilla showed in this complex of yoke, palmas and hachas that can be found all around Mesoamerica and that are related to the Gulf Coast iconography and production. So we also have the palmas of a complex stylistically associated with the site of El Tajín and magnificently represented in the Met's collections. These items circulated widely and were often buried as trophies in archaeological contexts in Veracruz. They have been found in burials, such as those at El Zapotal, a classic period site. Here are the yokes found in burials. This classic period site where the ceramic tradition perfected the creation of large-scale sculptures, depicting a reenactment of the underworld. In this scenery, women play a significant role. Those who died in childbirth are comparable to warriors killed in war and accompany the sun each evening as it descends across the firmament. A ceramic piece in the Met collections is part of this Mixtequilla tradition. It represents a dog, a companion to the underworld. Also at El Zapotal, burials include the well-known smiling figurines. Unlike the stern expressions typical of Mesoamerican art, these smiles, rare in universal art history, suggest that joy, music, and dance were valued provisions for the journey to the underworld. Even today in Mexico, funerals and the Day of the Dead are accompanied by music and festivity, reflecting continuity in cosmovision. Ending in the Huasteca, although with a long-term development better known in the post-classic times, it is undoubtedly well represented by beautiful pieces in this museum. I want to highlight the stone sculptures of women, with an importance equivalent to that of men. While in Olmec's statuary, as well as other later cultures on the Gulf Coast, male predominance is evident, despite the supposed complementarity of opposites in the cosmovision. In the Huasteca, on the other hand, statuary shows the relevance of female figures, not only as deities, but also as rulers. It is only recent decades that archaeological studies have also revisited gender themes, topic which would merit another presentation due to time limits. As I remarked, the Gulf of Mexico, far from being a barrier, was a bridge of communication, linking Maya lands, central Mexico, and even regions of what is now the southern United States. Recent studies of Huastec culture suggests that urban planning, ceramic traditions, and linguistic evidence point to shared elements with cultures in the southern United States. In archaeology, as in other disciplines, we must resist the limits of modern national borders, which did not exist in the pre-Columbian world. By exchanging research and confronting hypotheses across these boundaries, we can more fully understand our shared past and maybe build a better present and future. We have, in these few minutes, traversed 3 millennia of history. From the eastern edge of Mesoamerica, we have seen the interplay of unity and diversity, the flourishing of extraordinary cultures, and the networks of exchange that reached beyond the region. The collections in the Michael C. Rockefeller Wing bear witness to these achievements. May they continue to inspire intercultural dialogue, appreciation of diversity, and the building of an America and a world reinforced through dialogue among near or distant neighbors. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here at the Met today. And our quick tour of ancient Mesoamerica today culminates at the island city of Tenochtitlan, seat of the Mexican Empire, whose territory in the early 16th century spanned nearly 80,000 square miles from the Atlantic to the Pacific and was home to some 6 million inhabitants. 50 years ago, our knowledge of this sophisticated civilization was mainly based on a rich corpus of pictographic and alphabetic texts produced by European conquistadors and friars, as well as indigenous and mestizo chroniclers. In contrast, we had little archaeological information about the Mexica because the remains of Tenochtitlan had been buried under Mexico City, the capital of colonial New Spain and subsequently independent Mexico. But all this changed in February 1978 when a group of electrical workers accidentally came across a massive sculpture of the moon goddess known as Coyolxauhqui. Given the enormous scientific importance of this spectacular monolith and the surrounding area, the President of Mexico made the controversial decision to demolish 13 buildings in order to completely uncover Tenochtitlan's Templo Mayor, or Great Temple. Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology then organized a long-term program of scientific research that became known as the Templo Mayor Project for this purpose. Over the past 47 years, 10 long field seasons have been carried out. The first 3 were coordinated by my mentor, archaeologist Eduardo Matos, and I have been fortunate to oversee the last 7. Since 1978, a 4.4-acre area of the historic district has been explored, which is equivalent to 15% of the 30 acres that the sacred precinct of Tenochtitlan had covered. Among the most outstanding discoveries of our project are the ruins of the Great Temple itself and 27 smaller buildings, along with a considerable accumulation of large stone sculptures, painted murals, and burial offerings. In 1982, the archaeological zone was open to the public, and in 1987, an on-site museum with 8 galleries of treasures from our excavation. As a consequence, Mexico City's historic district was then declared a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. Today, the Templo Mayor Museum is also the headquarters of our very active research and conservation teams. I am proud to say that our project has generated 118 dissertations and theses and more than 1,300 publications, including monographs, exhibition catalogs, edited volumes, book chapters, and journal articles. Joan Pillsbury and Laura Filloy, whom I thank for their kind invitation, asked me to focus my presentation on how our understanding of the relations between humans and other animals in Tenochtitlan has been revolutionized since 1982. This is certainly one of the areas that has seen the greatest scientific advances in the field of art history and archaeology. The Mexica's fascination with the animal world is well known. More than any other Mesoamerican people, their art reflected a rich bestiary inhabited by primordial beings and divinities transformed into various mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, fish, mollusks, arachnids, insects, and fantastic combinations in which humans also came into play. Today, we are surprised by the precision with which Tenochtitlan artists captured certain anatomical details, such that we can often identify the genus and even species of the animals involved. This resulted from the meticulous observation of fauna, surely facilitated by the fact that the vivarium or zoo was adjacent to the workshops in the royal palace where the court artists worked. Compared to anthropomorphic sculptures, the images of animals are much richer and above all depicted in a far more dynamic range of poses. In addition to sculpture, I could spend hours speaking about the extraordinary number of animals buried by the Mexica in the sacred precinct during various sacrificial and offertory ceremonials. the enormous power that this empire had amassed by the time of the European conquest has its correlation in the 212 offerings we archaeologists have exhumed thus far inside the ancient temples or beneath the plaza floors. Never in the history of Mesoamerican archaeology have so many such diverse treasures been discovered as in Tenochtitlan. These ritual deposits of cultural objects, minerals, plants, humans, and above all non-human animals are donations made by the faithful to establish communication with gods and achieve a subsequent collaborative exchange. Offerings and sacrifices were used to pay for all kinds of divine favors that led to the prosperity of the community. They took place on special occasions such as the consecration of religious buildings and sculptural monuments, the rites of passage of rulers and other dignitaries, as well as natural disasters and social crises. As for the kinds of animals buried in Tenochtitlan's sacred precinct, we have recorded an extremely interesting phenomenon. There is almost no endemic wild or domesticated local fauna, normally consumed by rural agriculturists for food or utilized as raw materials for making instruments and ornaments. Indeed, turkeys, dogs, ducks, rabbits, deer, and freshwater fish are conspicuously absent inside the temples and beneath the plaza floors. This dearth is contrasted by the tens of thousands of exotic wild animals buried as offerings. They belong to more than 500 species from 6 different phyla, including sponges, cnidarians, echinoderms, arthropods, mollusks, and the vast chordates, including the classes of cartilaginous and bony fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. All of these animal species were endemic to regions far away from the basin of Mexico. They were important mainly following tributary and commercial routes from everywhere in the Mexican Empire and even beyond its borders. They came from such diverse ecosystems as tropical rainforests, temperate zones, arid and semi-arid regions, coastal lagoons, estuaries, mangrove swamps, and oceanic environment. In most cases, they were inedible. Rather, they were species attributed with deep cosmological significance because of their peculiar anatomy or behavior. For instance, in the case of fish, toxic organisms predominate, or those with rare morphological features such as sharp teeth, strange bodies, strong dermal spines, or bright colors. For this reason, their archaeological remains, rather than telling us about the diet or artisanal activities of the average city dweller, inform us about the symbolic uses by members of the elite. Another fascinating dimension of these buried animals has to do with biodiversity, which clearly increases in the Mexica offerings at the same time that the empire grew. A magnificent example of this is offering 126, interred in the splendor of Tenochtitlan at the beginning of the 16th century. At the bottom of a huge stone box, we found bones belonging to 28 wolves, 19 lynxes, 15 pumas, 3 jaguars, 1 ocelot, 5 golden eagles, 5 owls, 2 falcons, 2 hawks, 2 quail, and 1 rattlesnake. The intermediate levels contain all sorts of ocean organisms, including 7 fish species, 65 clam, 60 conch for coral, 6 starfish, and 5 sea cucumber species, along with single species of chiton, brittle stars, sea urchins, sea cookies, sand dollars, and sea sponge. The total numbers are overwhelming, a minimum of 1,688 individuals belonging to 167 species, 90% of which are of marine origin. It is clear that many of these marine animals were collected already dead on the beach, for they are incomplete, show signs of erosion from water and sand, or have damage from organisms that grew on them. Others were collected or captured alive, surely by experienced divers in places accessible to a swimmer or a small boat. This involves free diving and training to descend to depths of up to 40 feet. Subsequently, these marine organisms had to be transported to the imperial capital, covering distances ranging from 150 miles to the Gulf Coast to 800 miles to the Caribbean or the southern tip of Baja. Part of the journey could have been made by canoe along waterways, but other parts had to be done by land on foot. Experts estimate that the carrier usually traveled between 9 and 18 miles per day, which would require 90 to 18-day walk to the shortest distance and between 45 and 90 days for the longest. There is evidence that in those journeys, some marine animals were carried alive in containers of water. This is clearly indicated, for example, by the preservation of the sea urchin's epithelial tissue and showing apparatus, which usually detaches immediately upon death. Pictographic and alphabetic sources attest to similar practices involving eagles and jaguars which were transported alive. It could be assumed that they traveled in nets or cages and were fed along the way to keep them from starving to death. In addition, there is archaeological evidence suggesting that some animals from remote lands were not sent whole, rather only certain anatomical parts, such as rostral softfish cartilage, turtle shells, as well as crocodile, roseate spoonbill, eagle, jaguar, and puma skins. Once in Tenochtitlan, the living organisms were taken to the vivarium in the royal palace, where they kept alive in ceramic jars, built enclosures, and artificial ponds, until the day of the ritual in which they would be sacrificed and buried in the sacred precinct. Animal captivity and human care are mentioned in many historical sources, but also recorded in our archaeological context. For instance, several skeletons of golden and harpy eagles had healed fractures in the same wing. It is possible that these breaks were deliberately inflicted by humans in order to prevent the birds from escaping. Whatever the case may be, it is obvious that the subsequent recovery of these animals took place under human care. For if these injuries had occurred in the wild, the birds wouldn't have been able to feed themselves. Other evidence of captivity is provided by the archaeological skeletons of wolves that reach extremely advanced ages, almost always with incapacitating degenerative diseases, which is rarely seen in specimens from the wild. Our studies have also revealed what the animals ate in the royal palace. For example, inside the chest bone of a golden eagle skeleton were fragments of 3 quail surely fed to the avian predator by caretakers a few hours before the sacrificial ritual. A stable carbon isotope analysis have recently revealed that some birds of prey and carnivorous mammals had a maize-based diet at the end of their lives, which would confirm their stay in the vivarium. Many of these specimens were brought alive to the sacred precinct, which gives us a glimpse of, on the one hand, the magical and religious importance of their life force, and on the other, the spectacle that their movements and sounds offered to the faithful. We know that they were considered beings with personality, that is to say, reason, volition, agency, and communication skills. When sacrificed, they were consecrated, transferring their powers to the buildings of worship and their entire community. These animals fulfilled various symbolic functions in religious ceremonies. One of the most common was to serve as nourishment for the deities, which was supposed to strengthen and help regenerate them. Quail were publicly decapitated, while some birds of prey and felines had their beating hearts removed, and a group of wolves were killed with arrows. In some offerings, rather than entire organisms, the priests only buried specific parts, such as the head, skin, feathers, scales, teeth, claws, and tail. It is likely that they did this to highlight the special qualities, behaviors, or skills of certain animals, thereby attempting to transfer them to humans or the built environment. Other animals were buried whole, for example, in more complex rituals, where they were used to construct cosmograms. At the bottom of large stones, the priests recreated the aquatic feminine underworld, placing a layer of sea sand and upon it all sorts of marine animals. Next, they reproduced the dermal crust of the earth monster floating on the primordial waters, expressed by turtle shells, crocodiles, and sawfish snouts. In the uppermost level, they symbolize the diaphanous masculine sky by placing eagles and other birds of prey up on top. Recently, we have discovered that sets of considerably heterogeneous objects in terms of raw materials and form initially constituted composite artifacts, such as the case of sacrificial flint knives, miniature basalt bracers, and anthropomorphic couple figures that were endowed with headdresses, faces, jewels, scepters, and weapons to transfer them into specific deities or deified warriors. Such is the case of animal corpses that were buried with ornaments, military insignia, and weapons that symbolically qualified them. We have identified 32 super predators that, after being sacrificed, were dressed as combatants. We believe that they embodied the souls of warriors killed on the battlefield or the sacrificial stone, who, according to the Nahua mythology, had the task of escorting the sun across the sky. Before concluding this brief presentation, I would like to offer a couple of reflections on our discoveries in the sacred precinct of Tenochtitlan. The first has to do with a paradox that we have yet to resolve. While corals, starfish, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers are common in the offerings at the Templo Mayor, the representations are absent in Mexica art, which, as we have seen, favored images of animals. Equally strange is that these organisms are not included in the extensive list of animals in the Florentine Codex, nor are their names mentioned in Molina's Nahuatl vocabulary. My second reflection relates to the dramatic and increasingly accelerated processes of destruction of nature for which we humans are currently responsible, including global climate change, pollution, ocean acidification, animal habitat construction, biodiversity decrease, and defaunation. The analysis of Tenochtitlan's animals, at least 500 years old, portrays a picture of our planet very different from that of today. Archaeologists exhume ancient corals from the subsoil of Mexico City, all of which are healthy and not victims of bleaching. We find the starfish that reached their maximum size because they lived in a time when they were not overexploited to sell to tourists as souvenirs. We discover species of seashells that are now extinct or on the verge of disappearing or confined to very distant habitats. All of the above leads us to conclude that the Mexica and their contemporaries established a much more respectful and sustainable relationship with their environment, and that this is the best lesson that archaeology can offer us to forge a better future. Thank you very much.
First of all, I want to thank Joanne Pillsbury, Laura Fioy Nadal, and others at the Metropolitan Museum of Art for organizing this wonderful symposium in honor of the recent opening of the Art of the Ancient Americas galleries in the newly transformed Michael C. Rockefeller Wing, and for inviting me to speak here today. I also want to thank Scott Sessions' expert assistance in preparing this talk. I thank all of the speakers for their outstanding presentations about new directions in the archaeology and art of the Americas. How about a round of applause for everything we've heard so far? My talk, entitled Artists of Aztlán del Norte, Sharing the Mexican World, will examine some examples of how this new knowledge has influenced contemporary expressions and popular culture. During the June protests against stepped-up immigration and customs enforcement raids in Los Angeles, a news report claimed that Mexico's red, white, and green flag had become, quote, a defining symbol, end of quote, in the events. However, when a reporter reached out to me for an interview, I explained that the Mexican flag is much more than a symbol. It is a form of storytelling. And that story is about the ancestral origin and pilgrimage of a people who call themselves Mexica from a northern location known as Aztlán, the white place or place of herons, also known as Chicomostoc, the place of 7 caves, to a new homeland in the Valley of Mexico. Now, the central image of the Mexican flag is a stylized depiction of the sacred moment of the arrival when their patron god Huitzilopochtli, appearing as a giant golden eagle, lands on a blooming cactus growing on a rock in the middle of a lake, as you see in this 16th century document. The Mexica pilgrims took this as a sign that in that exact spot, they were to settle and build their city of Tenochtitlan, where the prickly pears grow, and where they would worship their divinities in a large ceremonial space dominated by the Templo Mayor, which Leonardo López Luján has just masterfully shown us. This afternoon, I want to show you how new knowledge, like what we've seen in all the presentations today about that story that I just mentioned, and the art and archaeology of Mesoamerica, have ignited the creative imagination of Mexican-American artists, activists, and scholars. Among the gifts of their work has been a richer and more complex understanding of the revitalization and diversity of the history and cultures of Mexico and the Americas, people and cultures who for centuries have shared their stories and visions and have found new directions to guide themselves toward a better future. But these creative people aren't merely responding to new knowledge and archaeological discoveries of immense beauty and power. These new discoveries and knowledge are exerting a profound impact on these people's existential reality, for they speak to their very sense of being human in a cultural and spiritual way. The stories of the Mexica and other indigenous groups encoded in these material forms speak to many Mexican Americans' cultural and spiritual identities, often lost or even suppressed by a dominant founding mythology that is oriented by the story of the westward movement of a very different group of people, of pilgrims who landed on a very different rock. That is, something existentially profound is at stake here for many Mexican and other Americans, as these objects and stories themselves are alive and come back transformed in unique ways in new creative expressions. I myself caught an early glimpse of this transformative power of these objects and stories in terms of existential, cultural, and spiritual identity. When I was 13, my aunt Milena Soforo took me to the Old National Museum on Moneda Street in downtown Mexico City, which exposed me to an ancient civilization that was previously unimaginable to me. At that time, I didn't realize that that visit would profoundly shape my life, for it was an opening to an intellectual and spiritual journey that has crossed borders and traced back centuries to an ancient city that was shattered to pieces in 1521. Yet some of these monumental sculpture and ritual objects were in the old museum that day that ignited my curiosity. But my worldview began to wobble as I walked among those objects, which evoked both admiration and awe, as well as embarrassment and shame. The magnificence of these masterpieces revealed to me that the education I had imbibed in the schools of Silver Spring, Maryland, highlighted the achievements of the Greeks and the Romans while planting a negative impression about my Mexican heritage. Now, faced with contrary evidence in these remarkable objects, a contrary feeling of pride and inquisitiveness pushed against that shame I had internalized. This became what I call my Mexica moment. You know, not the senior moment where you forget something, but the Mexica moment where you gain some new knowledge about yourself. When I began to understand Mesoamerica as a monumental example of civilization, and myself as neither black nor white, but somehow powerfully linked to the Mexican world of the pre-Hispanic and Spanish traditions and mestizo peoples, I later learned that I was not alone, that other people seemed to be having their own Mexica moments. In fact, I discovered that the pilgrimage story had been circulating for decades in many Mexican-American communities until 1969, when a 3-day Chicano Youth Liberation Conference was held at the Crusade for Justice in Denver, Colorado. Hundreds of young Mexican-Americans from throughout the Southwest and as far away as New York City cheered as Rodolfo Corky Gonzalez, the founder of the Crusade for Justice, read the manifesto entitled El Plan Espiritual de Aztlán, the spiritual plan of Aztlán, referring to the origin story of the Mexica. This manifesto, with its organizational goals to improve the legal, social, and spiritual well-being of Mexican Americans, claimed that they now occupied, quote, the northern land of Aztlán, from whence our forefathers came, reclaiming the land of their birth and consecrating the determination of our people of the sun, that is the Mexica, and the solar god Huitzilopochtli's people. This vision spread throughout Latino communities in the US and came to play a major part in the national Chicano movement that included such leaders as Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta in California, Reyes Tijerina in New Mexico, and Jose Angel Gutierrez in Texas. It stimulated local community school teachers, artists, and church leaders to pay more attention to the history and wisdom of pre-Hispanic Mexico and its diverse peoples, archaeology, and art. When I was a graduate student at the University of Chicago in the 1970s, the main cultural resource center in the Mexican-American neighborhood Pilsen was called Casa Aztlán, in honor of the goals of the Denver Conference and as a way of saying the story and presence of Aztlán is in Chicago too. The power of the story of Aztlán's reach across national boundaries came clearer to me when I first met Eduardo Matos Moctezuma in 1979 during the extraordinary first phase of the excavation of the Templo Mayor in Mexico City. Under Matos's leadership, archaeologists uncovered spectacular ritual objects that fascinated the international archaeological community as well as the public at large. Knowing of my Mexican heritage and my work as a historian of religions, he asked me to help him understand why. He was receiving calls from Chicanos in Los Angeles, San Antonio, Denver, Tucson, Chicago, even New York, claiming that the excavation of the Templo Mayor was directly related to them because the Mexica pilgrimage to Tenochtitlan from Aztlán originated in or near their communities. I told him about an anthropologist, musician friend of mine, here's in the middle, named Jose Cuellar, also known as Dr. Loco of the Rocking Jalapeno Band, who was fully engaged in the Chicano movement for justice and knew why Chicanos identified with the indigenous side of Mexican culture. Here he is in the middle. When Eduardo Matos looked at this picture, he said, "This is a good advertisement for glasses." We've worked now for over 45 years, the three of us, exploring, among other issues, the significance of this question. This new alliance between Mexican archaeologists and Mexican-American scholars and artists came about after the sensational discovery that we just heard about of the Coyolxauhqui stone in the historic center of Mexico City. Images of other, I want to take another look at this here. Now, I just want you to notice that this image, it presents on the left a goddess, and I want you to notice that she's been dismembered. Her arms and legs and head have been dismembered from her body, representing, we think, what happens to the moon. Every day when the sun comes up, it dismembers and takes away the light of the moon. And there's a great story and mythology about this, which I won't go into right now. Images of other discoveries, including the eagle warriors, Mictlantecutli, lord of the underworld, and the rain god Tlaloc vessels and other objects, fired up Mexican-American activists, students, and elders and communities throughout the US. The image of the Coyolxauhqui stone in particular has inspired many innovative creations that speak to the artist's existential reality. Like this mural on the side of an apartment building in which the same moon goddess breaks free from the stone, rises on a bed of maguey leaves, no longer dismembered, holding paintbrushes in her hand, and is being lifted by a larger hand that wears a band with Chicano eagle symbols. Or consider the way another Mexican-American artist, Esther Hernandez, depicts a woman walking home from the agricultural fields with hoe and rifle in hand in the twilight as the Coyolxauhqui moon rises beside her as a sign of protection. Let us now turn to briefly examine the work of three Mexican-American artists of Aztlán del Norte, the portrait muralist George Yepes, the playwright Sherry Moraga, and the author and poet John Philip Santos, who is with us this afternoon, who were warmly welcomed at the Templo Mayor at different times by Eduardo Matos and his team. Each of these artists turned their experience there into creative acts of reimagining the ancient Mexica world as a resource, often directed toward healing contemporaries in the United States. The first is the painter George Yepes from Los Angeles, whose works illustrate an abundance of skill, passion, and sense, that our lives are fragile and robust. Paintings such as this one, this is La Dolorosa Uvalde. He painted this after a request in commemoration of the children who were killed in Uvalde in the school. And what he did is he took an image of the Virgin of Guadalupe, you can see that in the background, Corona, and created this grieving Virgin Mary who is being stabbed in the heart by 21 knives, and the blood coming out of that heart comes down to form the US flag. But most powerfully are the doves, the 21 doves above, who represent in Yepes' views the spirits of the children rising into heaven. Or consider this piece called La Serenata, where a romantic mariachi is skeletal yet attractive, in a sense beckoning us to that experience that we all have at the end of our lives. This works makes us confront art that is both prophetic and restorative. Named a treasure of Los Angeles, Yepes's most famous La Pistola y el Corazón, which was influenced by his exposure to Mexica skeletal iconography, became the celebrated cover of the Los Lobos album by the same name. The theme of mortality and mourning was enlarged when he saw the Temple of the Skulls in his visit to the Templo Mayor, as well as the life-size sculpture of the Lord of the Underworld, which reminded him of the self-destructive gang warfare of his youth, represented by this grieving self-portrait of himself as a Mexica-like calavera. Yepes's larger mural works include Lady of the East Side, whose central image above all the other flags, here on the right, representing nationalities in the city of Los Angeles, the central image is the Mexican flag, with its eagle deity landing on a cactus on a rock in a lake. In another amazing work, Coatlicue in Vienna, he transforms the giant serpent skirt earth goddess into a loving embrace, recalling Paul Klee's The Kiss. Besides portrait commissions from Hollywood actors such as Salma Hayek, Antonio Banderas, Josh Brolin, Eva Longoria, and Lady Gaga, nothing impressed him more than the story of Aztlán. And several years later, following his viewing of the Eagle Warrior sculpture at the Templo Mayor, the Harvard Divinity School asked him to do a painting celebrating the first lecture series in the university's almost 400-year history in their honor of a Mexican scholar, Eduardo Matos Moctezuma. This arresting 5-foot-high painting hangs in the main staircase of the Harvard Divinity School, depicting the rising sun in the form of the Eagle Warrior divinity Huitzilopochtli, towering over Tenochtitlan, as Eduardo Matos Moctezuma works on the monumental sculpture of Coyoxauhqui. And in the background, you can see the colors of the Mexican flag. The second artist for us to consider is the author and playwright, Sherry Moraga, who is a force of intellectual and aesthetic nature. She was the co-creator, along with Gloria Ansaldúa, of the truly groundbreaking book, This Bridge Called My Back, Writings by Radical Women of Color, which ushered in a new era of conversations, especially among women, and is among the most widely cited books in feminist theory. Moraga continued to produce works such as Living in the War Years and other writings, and plays such as The Mathematics of Love. Notice that the playbill uses imagery from the early colonial indigenous document known as the Lienzo de Tlaxcala. Along with her partner, conceptual artist Cecilia Rodriguez, they have developed plays with titles such as The New Fire, To Put Things Right Again, and The Hungry Woman, a Mexica Medea. Moraga and Rodriguez insist on including wisdom from indigenous peoples, and especially women from Mexico and their divinities, as revelatory resources for speaking truth and healing the traumatized. When welcomed by archaeologists at the Templo Mayor and the National Museum in Mexico, Moraga and Rodriguez were profoundly moved by the giant sculptures, Coyoxauhqui, Tlatecutli, and Coatlicue. This and previous studies led Moraga to write 2 plays in particular that utilize Mexica deities as the actual stage upon which the dramas of trauma and healing of women unfold. In The Hungry Woman, one critic noted, and look at the stage is actually the body of the Coyoxauhqui, that Moraga takes, quote, inspiration from Euripides' Medea, but does not mimic it, balancing elements of the Greek story with the Mexican La Llorona and the goddess Coatlicue. In The New Fire, To Put Things Right Again, Moraga changes our understanding of the divinity Tlatecutli, often viewed as a cosmic threat, by making her image the nurturing stage, on which the play takes place. So when she came back from Mexico, having seen this divinity, taking photographs, the play itself, the whole thing takes place on an image of that Aztec goddess. And I saw this play performed at the Brava Theater in San Francisco. It tells the story of a woman's nightscape journey on the eve of her 52nd birthday, a most important temporal milestone in the Mexica calendar. The stage directions of the play read, "The mouth of the mountain, Chicomostoc, the primordial cave of origins, hovers above the earthly world, surrounded by the night sky. This is the place of myth, from where Itzpapalotl and the other Tzitzimime emerge." I draw your attention to this magical figure with the amazing hat. These are Moraga's versions of the notorious Tzitzimime, or star demons that reside in the night sky and threaten to descend to the earth and devour humanity, sometimes punish men during eclipses at the end of the calendar round or 52-year cycle. But Moraga read deeply and noticed that these star demons also had life-giving elements, and in New Fire, they watch over the woman as she encounters tricksters and allies, guide her on the road to remembering a stolen past. The play serves as a living reminder of a more balanced cosmos where females once held place among the gods. As the play comes to a close, we hear, "Maybe that's all we can do for now. Teach and listen in the old way. We sit by the fire, eat medicine, pray with whatever young people who show up, knowing we all emerge from the same dark cave in the mountain. Call it Chicomostoc, call it Aztlán, call it Mount Shasta. We prepare the sacreds." Our third artist is John Philip Santos, the very first Mexican-American Rhodes Scholar who comes from a multi-generation old San Antonio, Texas family. Now, he grew up living on both sides of the Rio Bravo, which he learned was as much a uniting line as a dividing flow of water. Schooled in the notion of understanding and nurturing people on both sides of the river, he developed a both-and consciousness and not an either-or way of thinking. At the World's Fair in 1968 in San Antonio, he was awestruck by the Mexican ceremony known as the Danza de los Voladores, which represents the vertical descent of divinities from heaven to earth and the horizontal four directions and center of the Mesoamerican cosmos. After climbing to the top of a 410-foot pole, the participants gradually descend head first in circles, tethered by rope, until touching down on the ground in a ceremony created to appease gods and bring the rain. This exposure to indigenous cosmology and the ritual idea that there are creative resources in the Mexican heavens set Santos on the path to learn and write about these resources from both sides of the border. One result after filmmaking and writing in the Mediterranean, Latin America, and New York was a marvelous memoir, which I think has the best title ever, Places Left Unfinished at the Time of Creation, which was a finalist for the National Book Award and should have won. The seed of the idea of Mexican reign and descent from heaven to earth filters through the book, in which Santos seeks historical and mythic clues to help him understand the meaning of his grandfather's death in the San Antonio River. Was it suicide or murder? Like other artists from Aztlán del Norte, John Philip went deep into Mexico in search of meaning, secrets, and memory in 4 vivid and beautifully written sections with symbolic titles: Testimonio, Mexico Viejo, Peregrinaje, and Volador. He shows how wisdom of the past comes to us. Listen to this quote: "Secrets hidden in the past that contain keys to where we should go in the future." Think of it as time-release wisdom. This is not an ethnic question. The significance of these ancient traditions is a universal human truth that we all have a stake in, end of quote. Santos explored this time-release wisdom in 2 other skillfully written works. A second memoir called Farthest Home is in an Empire of Fire, about his experience in Spain and his roots in Spain as well as Mexico, and a book of poems entitled Songs Older Than Any Known Singer. Some of his wisdom came to him from a visit to the Templo Mayor, especially seeing what half of the pyramid was dedicated to the rain god, who figures prominently in the volador's ritual. In his studies of Tenochtitlan, in his studies of Tlalocan, the rain god's paradise, Santos learned that water was both danger and promise, as in the flood of grief and the river of healing, in which he found new keys to understand his lineage and ours. In a chapter called Zona de Niebla, Cloud Zone, he links the ancient watery underworld to life and the passing of his grandfather. But it is not a place of ending. It is a place of great potential and beginning, a sea of new life and new meaning. Near the end of the book, and I'm coming close to the end, he writes, there are other fogs that do not roll or diffuse, that do not lift at midday to allow the sun to dry out the saturated earth. Such fogs are the weather of eternity in the world of the ancient Nahua culture, a legacy of the Mexicas. The nieblas of this world are believed to be gateways to the hidden realms of heaven and the underworld, Tamoanchan and Tlalocan, where the spirits of the ancestors dwell. And finally, let's give Coyolxauhqui and Toni Morrison the last word. I accompanied Toni Morrison on a trip to Mexico City to meet fellow Nobel laureate Gabriel Garcia Marquez at the home of another great writer, Carlos Fuentes. And you can see this great photograph here, this famous photograph. Morrison's telling the story. Garcia Marquez, if you look at him closely, it looks like he's falling in love. And there's a Hindu god coming out of his head. And you can see Fuentes, they're absolutely fascinated. And as with the three other Mexican-American artists, I brought Morrison to the Templo Mayor to see the discoveries and the thousands of impressive objects from the excavations on display in the museum. We were standing together on the third floor, looking down a level where we could see the massive Coyolxauhqui stone in its entirety. Now here's Toni Morrison. Actually, she's in Frida Kahlo's garden here. But we're standing in the museum now, and she's looking down at the Coyolxauhqui stone, and she gazed at her for several moments, as if in a mild trance. And then she said softly, there she is, Miss America. The insightful novelist was alluding to the damaging image and cult around women embodied by the famous beauty pageant. But she was also saying that this story, this sculpture, this female, this violence, this monumentality, this revelation of what was below the surface in Mexico City shows us another origin of what we call the Americas. Thank you.
Well, that was extraordinary. Beautiful. What an extraordinary session. We're without words. We want to very much thank the wonderful speakers this last session. And Laura and I will just have just a few closing remarks. I think Laura and I started this morning talking about the impressive blossoming of research since the opening of the Rockefeller Wing in 1982. And today was really a thrilling taste of this. We've had the privilege to hear about exciting new research projects, new discoveries, and especially new perspectives and understandings about the great civilizations that thrived in Latin America before the European invasion and continue to inspire us. One of the great pleasures of the Met is the possibility of experiencing the extraordinary range of human creativity across the globe and over some 5,000 years. The Met is, like most museums, an unfinished project, however. And archaeology is most certainly an unfinished project. New discoveries will continue to be made, and new ideas will be generated. At the same time, our world is changing, as several speakers have noted today. How will we respond to these new challenges?
As curators, we are in debt to our colleagues for whose works inspire us. We are very grateful to our speakers today for sharing their work and their insights. You have given us much to think about. We also offer our heartfelt thanks to Mariana Siciliano, Gabriel Mungo, Matthew Nassau, Lydia Shaw, and all the Met staff for their wonderful help in bringing us all together. And finally, we are so grateful to you all in the auditorium, the audience, for spending part of the day with us, being with us as collectively we move forward on this unfinished journey. We hope that today, convening along with the new galleries for the art of the ancient Americas here at the Met, reflect the strength of this field and the excitement of ongoing research. As in 1982, we hope and trust that the newly conceived galleries of the art of the ancient Americas in the Michael C. Rockefeller Wing will continue to inspire for the years to come. Thank you. Thank you all for this magnificent journey. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you, Laura. Ciao, ciao.